Chapter 978. Total Suppression. Subscribe please. _2 dozens of you clan ultimate level 12s looked puzzled as they sensed the dozens of figures surrounding them, all of which were avatars conjured by the Galaxy Master. Conjuring avatars is a common technique. Not to mention ultimate level 12s, even powerful beings of 9th or 10th levels can easily do it. However, the strength of an avatar is far inferior to that of the true body. An avatar of a level 11 powerhouse is estimated to be weaker than even the 9th or 10th level powerhouses. In the past, the avatars conjured by ultimate level 12s were mainly used to bully those special life forms, the ancient gods at level 11 perfect. As for beings at the same level, avatars were ultimately too weak. Even at the peak of the path-splitting realm, the avatars Lin Yuan could conjure wouldn't be too strong, only slightly more powerful than level 11 perfect beings. What about such avatars? Let alone dozens, what about hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands? What does the Galaxy Master want to do? Conjure dozens of avatars? Does he really think that these dozens of avatars can deal with us? Does the Galaxy Master see us as those level 11 beings? The many ultimate level 12s within the Grand Palace communicated with each other. Everyone was well aware of the power disparity between an avatar and the true owner of the body. Even though they considered themselves no match for the Galaxy Master, they couldn't believe a mere avatar could handle them. Still, we'd better be careful. The Yu clan ultimate controlling the Grand Palace was puzzled too, but was not the least bit careless, remaining alert and putting forth their best effort. Dozens of avatars? In the territory of the Robber clan, 2 of the Robber clan ultimates were also somewhat perplexed. However, the next moment, under the watchful eyes of all the ultimate level 12s, the dozens of avatars surrounding the Grand Palace attacked simultaneously. In an instant, vast expanses of space-time began to collapse and implode, and the defensive secret treasure of the path-splitting realm peak that protected all the ultimate level 12s, the Grand Palace, appeared like a lonely boat floating on the ocean surface, on the verge of destruction at any moment. This is impossible? Merely avatars, yet they possess such formidable power? All the ultimate level 12s inside the palace were a bit dazed, feeling the tremors of the palace. This peak path-splitting realm defensive secret treasure was being crushed by a terrifying force near or beyond its limits. Lin Yuan silently watched the Grand Palace rolling and trembling continuously. The upper limit of combat strength in the main universe is fixed at the peak of the path-splitting realm, which is an ironclad rule, unless one possesses the power to contend with the main universe. Otherwise, they are subject to suppression. And to contend with a universe? The universe itself is akin to the size of a normal chaos venerable, which results in normal chaos venerables being suppressed within a universe. Of course, if one were a chaos great saint, it would not be so. Although a chaos great saint cannot completely erase a universe, they can destroy its origin source, propelling it towards premature annihilation. Lin Yuan is no exception. Though after stepping into level 12, Lin Yuan's combat strength directly reached the level of a sovereign. Within the universe, his ability to exert limit strength is that of the peak path-splitting realm. But even at the peak path-splitting realm strength, Lin Yuan is much stronger than a normal path-splitting realm peak. The most apparent evidence is that the avatars Lin Yuan conjured possess nearly the strength of path-splitting realm peak. Search * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The universe limits the maximum combat strength to the peak of the path-splitting realm but doesn't restrict the number of beings at the maximum strength level. Pity, the efficiency is still too slow. Lin Yuan shook his head inwardly. Without the universe's suppression, using his strength to deal with these ultimate level 12s would not be so troublesome. He could directly invoke the Mind Will secret skills, Abyssal Eye. With Lin Yuan's current Mind Will index of 60 million, once he deploys the Abyssal Eye, the consciousness of these level 12 path-splitting realm beings would all sink into oblivion. The disparity in Mind Will index is too great. They'll make do for now. Lin Yuan thought to himself, carefully observing the Grand Palace. Space-time. As Lin Yuan's true body made its move, the attacks from dozens of avatars completely shook the foundation of the Grand Palace and then compressed the layers of space-time. In an instant, the once Grand Palace began to shrink, falling into the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. The Grand Palace, which was once a protective haven for numerous 12th-tier alien species, had now become their prison. No. Why is the avatar of the Galaxy Master so strong? Galaxy Master, we were wrong. We are willing to forever submit to human civilization, willing to hand over 90% of our 12th-tier weapons, armaments, and treasures. Inside the Grand Palace, the ultimate beings of the 12th tier panicked, as they were now completely suppressed within the palace, although there was no immediate issue. But they had lost their freedom, their ability to act. This was terrifying, as the Galaxy Master could easily think of ways to deal with them slowly. Even if he was still unable to kill them, when the cosmic apocalypse arrived, he could simply throw the palace into the deepest reaches of the universe. The might of the cosmic apocalypse was capable of passing through the palace and descending upon them, and at that time all the ultimate beings trapped in the palace could not move, only to endure wave after wave of destructive forces, with their downfall nearly inevitable. Only now you realize your mistake? Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, as he had already given these 12th-tier ultimate beings a chance before. In fact, from the dormant era of human civilization during the ancient epochs to the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era before Lin Yuan became the supreme being. Who knows how many evolutionaries have perished at the hands of these 12th-tier ultimate beings? Although the 12th-tier ultimate beings were disdainful of taking action against the weak, the aftershocks of their battles could cause the collapse of tens or even scores of star domains. What? In the territory of the robber clan, the two ultimate beings of the clan were plunged into confusion. Even for them, the formidable peak defense secret treasure of the path-splitting realms seemed so easily suppressed by Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master. The two ultimate beings of the robber clan looked towards the slowly dissipating dozens of avatars, their minds somewhat trembling. Dozens of avatars, each possessing nearly the peak combat power of the path-splitting realm? How could this be possible? Just avatars, and they have nearly the peak combat power of the path-splitting realm, then the real body of the Galaxy Master must at least possess the strength of the sovereign realm. The ultimate being of the robber clan on the right couldn't help gulping down his saliva as he gazed at the composed Lin Yuan. Compared to the bewildered state of those suppressed 12th-tier ultimate beings, these two could deduce much more. First of all, it was certain that the combat power of the avatars was far below that of the real body. There was no doubt, for how could avatars, merely condensed from a wisp of mind will at whim, compare to the rigorously tempered physical body and soul of the real body? The fact that Lin Yuan's dozens of avatars exhibited such terrifying strength indicated only one possibility. The combat power of his real body must be far greater than the peak of the path-splitting realm. The current level of Lin Yuan's real body is only at the peak of the path-splitting realm because that is the upper limit of this universe. I'm leaving now. Lin Yuan glanced at the two ultimate beings of the robber clan, who had fallen into silence, and his figure vanished. Galaxy Master? I now have no doubt that the Galaxy Master is the reincarnation of a great saint. The ultimate being of the robber clan on the left remarked with emotion. Originally they thought that just stepping into the 12th tier and reaching the peak of the path-splitting realm was the limit. Who would have thought the Galaxy Master would soar directly to the sovereign realm? Even in the Chaos Void, the sovereign realm is considered strong, and unless one enters those dangerous and important places voluntarily, it's hard to perish completely. And yet, the Galaxy Master reaches sovereign realm upon first entering the 12th tier? The news of Lin Yuan suppressing dozens of 12th tier ultimate beings spread quickly throughout the cosmic starry skies. The 11th tier powerhouses from the peak clan forces, upon learning that their ancestors had fallen into the hands of the Galaxy Master, began to lose their composure. Our ancestor has been captured by the Galaxy Master? But our ancestor is an ultimate being. How could it be so easy? I don't believe it. I can't believe it. One by one, the 11th tier powerhouses from the peak clans found it hard to believe, but soon they learned the truth of the matter from the avatars left within their clans by their own ancestors. Russell. Lin Yuan put away the Grand Palace, took a step forward, and his figure once again descended upon the third strategic location of human civilization. Xianyuan Supreme and the other 9 Supreme Beings had their minds turn into mush. Just a moment ago they were discussing how to deal with the dozens of 12th-tier alien species, thinking that a grueling battle was imminent, and it might last for a long time. But before they even had a chance to go into details, the Galaxy Master had already dealt with all the 12th-tier aliens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979, The 10th Evolution Tower, end of this volume. Please subscribe. Galaxy Master, what exactly is your strength? Supreme Being Xia Qin couldn't help but ask. Not long ago, after Lin Yuan stepped into level 12, he had told them that he was comparable to the peak of the path-splitting realm. The 9 Supreme Beings of the human civilization felt greatly astonished upon hearing this. The peak of the path-splitting realm was a level they dreamt of attaining. But now, the peak of the path-splitting realm? Could the peak of the path-splitting realm casually lift a hand to suppress dozens of ultimate beings at level 12? And these dozens of ultimate beings at level 12 were still under the protection of a defensive secret treasure of the path-splitting realm peak. Forget Lin Yuan being at the peak of path-splitting realm, the 9 Supreme Beings of humanity, from a distance, watched Lin Yuan's casually condensed dozens of avatars, feeling that any one of the avatars possessed strength close to the peak of path-splitting realm. Within the cosmos, I am at the peak of the path-splitting realm, Lin Yuan honestly replied. Under the overall suppression of the universe, Lin Yuan could only maintain the combat strength of the peak of the path-splitting realm. The peak of the path-splitting realm? The Void God Ultimate Being blinked, wondering if the peak of the path-splitting realm was really that powerful. Within the cosmos you are at the peak of the path-splitting realm, but what about outside the cosmos? The Xianyuan Supreme suddenly asked. From the first time Lin Yuan answered about his strength until now, he had always added the limitation of within the cosmos before reaching the peak of the path-splitting realm. Initially, the Xianyuan Supreme did not think much of it, since they too lived within the cosmos, but only after witnessing Lin Yuan's terrifying strength did he realize something was amiss. Outside the cosmos, I suppose I would be equivalent to the sovereign realm, Lin Yuan said. His realm was indeed the peak of the path-splitting realm, but his accumulated foundation was unprecedented, and his overall combat power was not weaker than that of the sovereign realm. The sovereign realm? Heartbeats of Xianyuan Supreme and the others clenched fiercely. They had received some inheritance from the Chaos Void and knew well the terror of a sovereign realm powerhouse, an absolutely superior domain over the path-splitting realm. Yet it was highly likely to be true. If Lin Yuan did not possess the strength of the sovereign realm, why would his casually condensed avatars be able to burst forth such terrifying combat power? The sovereign realm? Stepping into level 12 and already reaching the sovereign realm. Supreme Being Xia Qin was somewhat helpless. Although they had always understood that with Lin Yuan's talent and gift, as soon as he could step into level 12, he would certainly quickly surpass them. But wasn't this pace too fast? It's only been a few days since he entered level 12? Galaxy Master, how do you plan to handle those level 12 aliens? The ancient power Supreme Being asked in a low voice. Them? Just suppress them for now, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. These level 12 alien races, now all in Lin Yuan's hands, even if they can't be dealt with at the moment, it's only a matter of time given Lin Yuan's rate of growth. Suppression is fine. The Xianyuan Supreme nodded. If those level 12 beings were indeed let go, there would also be certain risks. Suppressing them directly is the simplest way. What about the other races? Xianyuan Supreme asked. All level 12 beings of the alien races have been suppressed by Lin Yuan. Now this universe could be considered as the backyard of the human civilization. Those peak races, having lost their level 12 ancestors, would not even need Lin Yuan's action to lack the capacity to contend with the human civilization. Even without the direct intervention of the human civilization, those peak races would voluntarily surrender. As for the powerful and ordinary races beyond the peak races, the same goes for them, and also the powerful ancient gods that were once carefree. Originally, they could negotiate and compete with each other, leveraging the influence of the 12 peak races for their own interests. Now, there is only the human civilization left. These carefree ancient gods, where would they dare to waver any longer? Naturally, they would choose to submit to the human civilization without hesitation. Them? Lin Yuan pondered. Powerful and ordinary races are controlled by the peak races. Lin Yuan did not plan to rescue them. As for the 10 peak race forces, integrate all powerful, ordinary, and weak races into the human civilization. As for the peak races, assimilate them as much as possible. Directly kill off the beings above level 9 from the major peak races, Lin Yuan said. Beings of level 9 and above have long lifespans. Retaining such powerful individuals would still pose a risk. Moreover, on the battlefields of different races, nearly every level 9 alien has stained their hands with the blood of numerous human civilizations' evolving beings. It would be simpler just to kill them all to avoid future troubles. What about the members of the peak races below level 9? They could be spared, but of course, numerous measures must be put in place to restrict their growth at the genetic level. With the potential to grow into a peak race, their bloodlines are certainly extraordinary. Human civilization might find uses for them in the future. Understood. Xianyuan Supreme and the other 8 Supreme Beings nodded their heads. There was not a hint of pleading or sympathy. The struggle between races is inherently cruel. If the Galaxy Master had come from another peak racial force instead of the human civilization, the fate of human civilization would likely be much more tragic than these peak racial forces, and perhaps this universe would no longer even have a race called humans. In a sense, Lin Yuan was rather merciful, at least giving those peak races a chance to carry on with their bloodline inheritance. The 10 great peak races gathered all their strength, hoping for a desperate battle against the human civilization, ending in such a way. The remaining major peak races have chosen to pledge allegiance to the human civilization. Our race has defeated the human civilization on the battlefield multiple times. Surrender? I do not wish to surrender. If you don't surrender, you die. Choose one. Many members of the peak races faced a difficult choice, but the majority eventually chose to submit. As for the human civilization, they were not overly coercive, especially towards the ordinary people of the peak races. Their lives continued much as they had before. The only difference is that the rulers have been replaced by human civilization, and daily life is monitored, but at least they have survived. Human civilization will be the absolute dominion for the long ages to come. Xizhong Ancient God, along with Mudwa Traveler and other special life ancient gods, descended upon a main star within the borders of human civilization. This main star was specially used to register the numerous special life entities who sought allegiance with human civilization. The once unrivaled and mighty ancient gods now stood in line outside this planet. Even ancient gods of level 11 perfect dared not make trouble and obediently followed the rules set by human civilization. Xizhong Ancient God, right? The great Galaxy Master once said, if Xizhong Ancient God were to come, grant him the position of a Grade A Guest Elder directly. A human evolver looked at Xizhong Ancient God and immediately began speaking. Grade A Guest Elder? A flash of joy surged in Xizhong Ancient God's heart. The Human Civilization Alliance divided the powerful ancient gods who pledged allegiance into 4 levels. Grade A, Grade B, Grade C, and Grade D. Those ancient gods who once stood against human civilization, regardless of their strength, were all placed as Grade D Guest Elders. Grade D Guest Elders, as the lowest-ranking Guest Elders, were required to guard the secret realms of the border planets for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, accumulating enough merit for a promotion to Grade C Guest Elder. And Grade C Guest Elders? They were basically ancient gods from the Human Civilization Alliance. Grade B Guest Elders were ancient gods who had contributed to human civilization, with contributions restricted to the period when all major peak races stood independently. As for Grade A Guest Elders, these ancient gods had a certain degree of say within human civilization, faced virtually no restrictions, and could even enjoy many benefits from human civilization. As a Grade A Guest Elder of human civilization, Xizhong Ancient God would likely live even more comfortably than before. Xizhong, congratulations, Sejong, you'll have to pull us up in the future. Many powerful ancient gods looked at Sejong, ancient god, with envy. Haha, definitely, definitely. A smile graced Sejong, ancient god's face, and his heart was blooming with happiness. Originally, he had wondered if the Galaxy Master would even remember him, considering how he had messed up the task of contacting Tuoba, ancient god, for the Galaxy Master. But now it seems the Galaxy Master was indeed a being of loyalty. He still remembered even that small aid and reciprocated with such a great reward. Ancestor, I'm also a grade B guest elder, Mudwa Traveler couldn't help but speak. Back in the Xianhuang secret realm, an invincible being of the 9th rank alien race from the Tianyu clan had asked him to lock onto the position of the Galaxy Master according to karma, but Mudwa Traveler had refused. Mudwa Traveler even felt that the Galaxy Master might not even be aware of that incident. Galaxy Master. Sejong, ancient god, looked moved, feeling that the most correct thing he had done in his life was to have made the acquaintance of the Galaxy Master. Central Star Domain. The stronghold of human civilization. Lin Yuan stood shoulder to shoulder with Xian Yuan Supreme and 8 other supreme beings, gazing at the vast cosmic starry skies. So many powerful beings are pledging allegiance. If it weren't for the 3 goddesses, we really would be overwhelmed, said Xian Yuan Supreme. The 10 pinnacle races, each of their magnitude not weaker than human civilization, pledging allegiance together was akin to human civilization suddenly consuming food 10 times its own size. Plus all the other powerful races, weaker races, and special life forms. Fortunately, the 3 goddesses had a terrifying computational power, which allowed them to balance everything and carry out all tasks in an orderly manner. Right, Galaxy Master, your evolution tower has been established, Xian Yuan Supreme spoke. Ever since Lin Yuan stepped into level 12, the 9 supreme beings had been preparing for the construction of the 10th evolution tower. Yes, in the central star field of human civilization, said Xiaqin Supreme. Including Xian Yuan Supreme, the 9 evolution towers of human civilization were all situated at the edges of the domain, serving as a deterrence against hostile peak race forces. But now, human civilization no longer had any hostile forces. And all of this was because of Lin Yuan, so naturally, Lin Yuan's evolution tower would be established in the center of human civilization, signifying the strongest evolution tower of human civilization. Have you thought of a name for the evolution tower? Feather Butterfly Supreme spoke with a smile. Let's call it the Martial Arts Evolution Tower, Lin Yuan said. The evolution tower was related to the evolutionary path that the supreme beings chose, so naturally, Lin Yuan's evolution tower was named Martial Arts Evolution Tower. Okay. Xian Yuan Supreme and the other 8 supreme beings nodded. Galaxy Master, let's go to your evolution tower together, said Xiaqin Supreme with a smile. Let's get familiar with it. To build that evolution tower, Xian Yuan and the others have indeed put in a lot of effort. Haha, thank you, said Lin Yuan, as he stood up and headed to the 10th evolution tower of human civilization with the 9 supreme beings. This volume ends here. Tomorrow begins the next volume, The Great Cosmic Annihilation. The story about the Chaos Void will also gradually unfold. In the end, I realize this book has reached 2 million words, which is quite moving. Let me take the chance to ask for some monthly votes. P.S. These lines are not charged for. Search * the novelier. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 980 Chaos Great Saint, please subscribe. Martial Arts Evolution Tower. Majestic and colossal, soaring 10 light-years high, it stands at the very heart of human civilization, receiving the adoration of countless beings day and night. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged at the deepest level of the tower, in a vast world where not far off 18 mysterious trees were planted, their branches swaying in the gentle breeze. These 18 mysterious trees, drawing in chaos chi, emitted an oppressive aura not weaker than any at the peak of the path-splitting realm. These trees can directly absorb chaos chi without refining or purifying, due to a special corresponding structure within them, Lin Yuan thought, as many insights sparked in his mind. When he reached the second layer, upon obtaining these 18 Dominion-level mysterious trees, Lin Yuan had been quite curious about their ability to directly absorb and exhale chaos chi and conducted many studies. And after stepping into the Yuan layer, these studies were finally perfected, completing the last part, with all insights converging to form a complete and perfect secret technique. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. Observing the mysterious trees absorbing chaos chi, you have comprehended a secret technique for direct absorption of chaos chi. A secret technique took shape in Lin Yuan's mind, which, essentially, was a minor adjustment to the internal world of the body, achieving an effect similar to that of the mysterious tree's absorption of chaos chi. Finally, it's complete. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The secret technique enhanced his utilization and absorption of chaos chi, reducing his over-reliance on chaos stones. Those in the path-splitting realm could also absorb chaos chi, but it required many steps and was fine under normal circumstances. But at critical moments, such as fighting an enemy, who has the time to slowly absorb chaos chi, that's when the effect of chaos stones becomes evident. Chaos stones, refined personally by a chaos venerable, contain extremely pure chaos chi, ready for direct absorption. Now, Lin Yuan could also directly absorb chaos chi. The greatest help this secret technique offers me is the insight into chaos chi. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Chaos chi is the ubiquitous energy of the chaos void, the foundation of everything. It's often overlooked by Yuan layer beings due to its commonality. On the chaos continent of ancient Ming, within Mingchuan City, in an inn, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged as the aura of his physical body slowly stabilized. With my current application of chaos chi, the avatars I can manifest are strong enough to bring my combat power to the peak of the path-splitting realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Previously, when suppressing dozens of alien Yuan layer beings within the cosmos, the dozens of avatars Lin Yuan conjured had only nearly reached the peak strength of the path-splitting realm, approximately at the level of a Shen Yuan Supreme, a myriad transformation queen, or perhaps a bit stronger. But now, it had reached the absolute peak of the path-splitting realm. One must know that being nearly at the peak and at the peak of the path-splitting realm is entirely different. The Shen Yuan Supreme and Myriad Transformation Queen have been close to the peak of the path-splitting realm for a long time, but whether they can step into the peak before the great collapse of this cosmos is still uncertain. Most likely they cannot. The ultimate beings of the robber clan are at the peak of the path-splitting realm because they have cultivated for more than one cosmic era. Normally, it is hard for even hundreds or thousands of cosmic eras to give birth to one at the peak of the path-splitting realm within the cosmos. I still need to be careful, this isn't the cosmos after all. Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings, his excited spirit quickly calming down. Within the cosmos, Lin Yuan was invincible, sweeping through everything, but on this ancient Ming chaos continent? Forget about an avatar at the peak of the path-splitting realm, even his true body, an entity comparable to Dominion-level beings, must not act too recklessly. Dominion-level beings are indeed powerful in the chaos void, but this is the chaos continent, presided over by a chaos venerable, attracting a massive congregation of Yuan layer beings from the surrounding vast regions, where path-splitting realm beings are common, and there are quite a few dominions. There are even the occasional chaos realm passers-by. Is someone looking for me? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked outside the inn. I've been immersing myself in bitter cultivation ever since I arrived on this chaos continent. Who would be looking for me? Lin Yuan was quite astonished. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan got up and moved to another area. The inn was like a small world unto itself, with various distinct areas. I have seen the great sir. The one seeking Lin Yuan was a gentle-looking and respectfully poised woman. Lin Yuan immediately recognized her as a second-layer being, with the symbol of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent embossed on her sleeve, indicating that she served under the ancient Ming Venerable. Of course, she was not under the direct command of the ancient Ming Venerable, but she was certainly working for him. What's the matter? Lin Yuan asked directly. Reporting to the great sir, half a year from now, is the Thousand Treasures Convention in our Mingchuan city, where many rarely seen treasures will appear. I am commanded by the city lord to offer you a Thousand Treasures record, which lists the treasures that will be available for sale at the convention. The woman took out a book. Understood. Lin Yuan replied unemotionally, taking the book from her. Then I shall take my leave. The woman immediately excused herself. Lin Yuan browsed the Thousand Treasures record, looking over the many treasures listed. The reason Mingchuan City gave him this Thousand Treasures record was naturally to give Lin Yuan ample time to prepare and gather chaos stones. Knowing in advance the treasures that would appear at the Thousand Treasures Convention, if there was something he desperately desired, he could prepare beforehand. Sir, the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Thousand Treasures Convention in Mingchuan City is supported by the ancient Ming Venerable at its back, and the credibility is highly assured, and each time the treasures that appear are quite extraordinary, attracting many strong beings from the nearby Chaos Void to participate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 981 Chaos Great Saint, please subscribe. _2 Lin Yuan had intelligence from Song Weiyang and was quite knowledgeable about the Thousand Treasures Convention. This time, the Thousand Treasures Convention features 8,633 treasures, all of good quality. Lin Yuan browsed through the list. 5,311 treasures from the path-splitting realm, 1,476 from the domination realm, and 6 from the chaos realm. The rest are various rare flowers and fruits, special treasures, special materials, and so on. Lin Yuan observed that the treasures presented at a single Thousand Treasures convention far exceeded the entire fortune of Song Weiyang, a peak master from the domination realm. Crystal of Time contains rich powers of time. After using it, comprehension of the rule of time is greatly accelerated, only effective for those below the 7th realm of time rules. Starting price, 800 Chaos Stones. Directly enhancing the speed of rule comprehension? That's rare. Lin Yuan took a closer look, but it's of no use to me. Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time had already reached the 9th realm, just one step away from transforming into the great pathway of time. The rule of time is a pillar rule, and its comprehension difficulty is much lesser than that of the spatiotemporal fusion rule. Lin Yuan had long reached the 9th realm in understanding the rule of time. 7-colored Thunderbolt Stone, a remarkable stone fallen from the Chaos Thunder Pond, containing the power of 7-colored thunderbolts, greatly beneficial for those who walk the path of thunderbolts at the 12th layer. Starting price, 10,000 Chaos Stones. The Chaos Void has many peculiarities, which require numerous conditions to enter. Like the Chaos Thunder Pond? This place is filled with endless destructive thunderbolts, and only a Chaos Venerable who walks the path of thunderbolts can enter. Moreover, every once in a lengthy period the Chaos Thunder Pond drops some stones, which are the 7-colored Thunderbolt Stones. Containing some of the essence of the Chaos Thunder Pond, the 7-colored Thunderbolt Stone is considered the source of thunderbolts and is very beneficial for understanding the path of thunderbolts. The path of thunderbolts, Lin Yuan pondered for a while, as he had no urgent desire to pursue the path of thunderbolts at the moment. 10,000 Chaos Stones. That's equivalent to the entire fortune of a typical master from the domination realm. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. However, the 7-colored Thunderbolt Stone is priceless, and it's usually not available for purchase at other times, so it's normal for it to be more expensive. Lin Yuan continued browsing the treasures listed in the Thousand Treasures record, many of which piqued his interest, until he saw a particular item. Lin Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It was a golden box, its surface mottled, showing signs of having weathered many years. On the lower left corner of the golden box, there was a complex pattern engraved, and upon seeing this pattern, Lin Yuan felt a sense of familiarity. Is this the mark of the profound Xianhuang lineage? Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. Having taken charge of the Xianhuang secret realm, and being a successor to Xianhuang himself, Lin Yuan naturally had some understanding of the profound Xianhuang lineage's marks. Does this box originate from the profound Xianhuang lineage? Lin Yuan guessed in his mind. At the same time, he looked at the introduction given by the Thousand Treasures Convention for this golden box. Unknown box contains the aura fluctuations of the Chaos Realm level, with unknown origin and effects. Starting price, 30,000 Chaos Stones. The golden box had been in Mingchuan City for some time now. Even ancient Ming Venerable couldn't determine the true origin of the box. But merely based on the aura fluctuations of the Chaos Realm level within the box, it was identified as an artifact of the Chaos Realm level, and thus was priced at 30,000 Chaos Stones. In fact, this price is quite low among treasures of the Chaos Realm level. Any Chaos Realm secret treasure could sell for 50,000 Chaos Stones, 100,000 Chaos Stones, or even more. 30,000 Chaos Stones. It seems that ancient Ming Venerable does not know the true origin of this box. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as Xianhuang was a peerless great saint. A treasure left by a peerless great saint's lineage, how could it be worth only 30,000 Chaos Stones? Actually, this is quite normal, as Xianhuang existed many cosmic eras ago, not to mention now. Even in the era of the Magic Jade Tower Master, information about him was extremely scarce. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Moyu Tower Master also learned about the existence of Xianhuang from some relics. 30,000 Chaos Stones, it's worth competing for. As Lin Yuan pondered, it was because other cultivators of the second layer, including ancient Ming Venerable, were not of the profound Xianhuang lineage that they were unable to discern the true nature of the golden box. But Lin Yuan was different. He could certainly attempt to explore it. The treasures left behind by the profound Xianhuang lineage that have been passed down to the present are without a doubt extraordinary, their real value far exceeding 30,000 Chaos Stones. Slightly ordinary treasures would have long been eroded away by the passage of time. In the deepest part of the ancient Ming Chaos continent, Ancient Ming Venerable suddenly opened his eyes, his expression quite somber. Ancient Ming, what happened? Have you identified the source of the crisis? The Chaos Dragon Beast immediately asked. Not long ago, foreseeing an impending crisis, it informed Ancient Ming Venerable without delay. I have found it. Ancient Ming Venerable nodded, his face remaining grave. What is the cause? The Chaos Dragon Beast inquired. The strife between Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint will spread to this area, Ancient Ming Venerable said. Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint. The Chaos Dragon Beast was startled. These two renowned great saints have been mortal enemies since their initial entry into the Chaos Realm, locked in conflict with each other and stepping into the great saint's domain almost simultaneously. Since becoming great saints, these two formidable beings have embarked on an age-long battle, affecting vast regions. This time, in investigating the crisis nearby, Ancient Ming Venerable learned from a friend that the rules underlying the clash of these two great saints could very likely extend to the ancient Ming Chaos continent's vicinity. A conflict between two Chaos Great Saints could cause disruption in the ancient Ming Chaos continent, leaving even near-chaos level beings like the Chaos Dragon Beast seriously injured from the mere shockwaves of their battles. This is because the Chaos Dragon Beast can move and dodge, while the areas afflicted by the clash of Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint will collapse and be destroyed, potentially even hastening the demise of universes birthed from the Chaos Void into a premature end. The feud between Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint has persisted for countless cosmic eras, leading to untold numbers of universes prematurely succumbing to ultimate destruction. We're really unlucky to be precisely in the range of the upcoming skirmish between the two great saints, said Ancient Ming Venerable with a sense of helplessness. The gap between an ordinary Chaos Venerable and a Chaos Great Saint is vast. Although it is difficult for a great saint to completely kill a Chaos Venerable, this refers to the challenge in fully annihilating a Chaos Venerable. 4 Chaos Venerable possess numerous life-saving measures. Indeed, we're very unlucky, the Chaos Dragon Beast realized, sighing. The Chaos Void is boundless, and while the conflict between the two great saints has a broad impact, causing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of universes to enter premature destruction, it is still negligible compared to the entirety of the chaos void. This is also why, despite the duration of their battle, no great saint of their level has intervened. Ancient Ming, what should we do now? The Chaos Dragon Beast looked to Ancient Ming Venerable. Logically speaking, the further one escapes from the battle of the great saints the better, for who knows if one might be caught in the central zone of the shockwaves. I plan to propel the Chaos Continent and move it as far away as possible, Ancient Ming Venerable said. Actually, if they were to abandon the Chaos Continent and flee directly, they would most likely be safe. But the Chaos Continent is the fruit of nearly 100 cosmic eras of dedication from Ancient Ming Venerable, and he was not willing to give it up so easily. The Ancient Ming Chaos Continent is as vast as hundreds of universes, far too large to fit within Ancient Ming Venerable's internal universe. Therefore, the only option was to directly move the Chaos Continent itself, hoping to avoid the aftermath range of the impending clash of the two great saints. Of course, the movement of an entire Chaos Continent is inevitably much slower than if Ancient Ming Venerable fled alone, but it remains a possible solution. Even if in the end they still fail to escape from the range of the great saint's residual shockwaves, at the very least, being further from the epicenter could substantially increase the chances of withstanding it. This is the only way, the Chaos Dragon Beast nodded. This region will face destruction, Ancient Ming Venerable muttered softly. As a Chaos Venerable, he still has the capability to avoid danger, but the nearby universes and countless lives within them are not as fortunate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 982, Exploring the Origin World, please subscribe. Human Universe, Martial Arts Evolution Tower. 30,000 Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan examined his own possessions. Currently, he only has a few thousand Chaos Stones, all of which were left to him by the peak dominator Zhang Weiyang. To buy that golden box related to the profound Shenhuang lineage, Lin Yuan plans to gather as many Chaos Stones as possible, up to 30,000. It looks like I need to sell some weapons and arms, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At the moment, he has many surplus weapons and arms, but most are of the path-splitting realm level, with only a few Dominator-level weapons and treasures from Zhang Weiyang. First, he'll send these weapons and treasures to the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming, then sell them and see if it's enough. Lin Yuan picked some weapons and treasures from his treasury that he doesn't need. If the Chaos Stones obtained from selling these weapons and treasures are still not enough, Lin Yuan plans to sell a few Dominator Realm rare trees. As for that Chaos Realm secret treasure, it's better not to sell if possible, since Lin Yuan can use it once he steps into the Dominator realm. Still lacking Chaos Stones, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, with Lin Yuan's current understanding and perception of Chaos Qi, he could completely refine Chaos Stones directly from the mixed Chaos Qi like a Chaos Venerable. But being able to do it is one thing, and efficiency is another. Without the powerful spiritual will of a Chaos Venerable and the support of an internal universe, the Chaos Stones Lin Yuan can refine in a year would probably not exceed 10. Let's go! Lin Yuan raised his hand and tore open a spatial rift, piercing through all spatial layers, connecting the universe and the chaos void. He then threw the chosen treasures through the rift and, with a thought, a manifestation formed outside the spatial rift within the chaos void, receiving the numerous treasures. Now even as a manifestation, Lin Yuan has the fighting abilities of a peak of path-splitting realm, fully enough to make his way in the chaos void. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the spatial rift some tens of meters long quickly healed. Having torn through all the spatial layers of the universe, Lin Yuan could easily form an eternal spatial rift if he wished. Each strand of world-breaking origin force requires 90 days to accumulate. Is that already the limit, unable to be increased further? Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Since stepping into the 12th layer, Lin Yuan had been trying to increase the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force to tear open larger eternal spatial rifts. But the efficiency of the Myriad Realms Gate in accumulating world-breaking origin force still remains at one strand every 90 days and has not increased further. Could there be unknown conditions for absorbing world-breaking origin force I am not aware of? Lin Yuan pondered. Martial Arts Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan actively connected with the goddess of wisdom. Honored Human Supreme, the goddess of wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and cool voice of the goddess of wisdom resounded. The three goddesses of human civilization, core parts originating from an incident involving countless treasures falling from beyond the universe, are one of the biggest opportunities human civilization has obtained, possessing mental and computational powers on par with Dominator realm beings. That is why they can support the almost endless major and minor decisions of human civilization. Upload the 12th layer path-splitting chapter, Lin Yuan spoke. The 12th layer path-splitting chapter of Martial Tao has been essentially completed and perfected by him for upload. In fact, whether to upload the 12th layer path-splitting chapter of Martial Tao or not is not very significant, as aside from Lin Yuan falling, no other cultivator of Martial Tao could step into the 12th layer. If there's time, I can start branching out from Martial Tao, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A pathway of evolution is akin to a major road. If this major road is broad enough, it can branch out into many paths. These branches are also considered major roads, based on Martial Tao and leading in different directions, also capable of birthing 12th layer entities. Of course, this is contingent on the main road having substantial depth, akin to branches of a river. If it's merely a stream, its branches won't go far, but if it's a large river, even its branches will be broader than a stream. Based on Martial Tao, the derived branch pathways can also bring benefits to myself, Lin Yuan realized during his ultimate leap, recognizing the advantages of widely spreading his path. That could maintain himself from never falling, which is considerably more challenging than having unlimited lifespan. With the upload of the 12th layer path-splitting chapter, the martial arts evolution pathway smoothly became the first evolutionary pathway of human civilization. This event did not cause any surprises, even in the eyes of countless human cultivators and the 9 supreme beings. It was extremely normal and to be expected. Martial arts evolution pathway was previously ranked 5th in humanity just based on the 11th layer chapter. Now with the 12th layer path-splitting chapter uploaded, it would be strange if it weren't first. Martial Arts Evolution Tower. Tower Master. This is the list of all who have made contributions to human civilization and have passed away since its birth. Zhang Tianji stood respectfully below. As the first 8th layer of Martial Arts Evolution Pathway, Zhang Tianji joined the Martial Arts Evolution Tower immediately. Although limited by strength, his position isn't high, but he has successfully caught Lin Yuan's attention. Lin Yuan glanced at the list, which densely recorded hundreds of millions of human names. Although the Starry Sea era of human civilization is only over 2 million years, the actual history far exceeds this number. In such a long duration, how many humans have been born? Even if only a small percentage made contributions to human civilization, the base number is too large. Tower Master, do you plan to resurrect them? Zhang Tianji cautiously asked. Those who have contributed to human civilization naturally can be resurrected, Lin Yuan said. In the past, the resurrection of deceased evolvers by human civilization had numerous prerequisites. Potential, strength, and contribution were the foremost. All 3 were indispensable, considering the 9 supremes of human civilization. The supremes revitalizing deceased lives would suffer cosmic rebuke. 1 or 2 might be fine, even hundreds or thousands manageable, but too many would overwhelm even the supremes, causing them injuries. But now, Lin Yuan's life force was unprecedentedly strong, and even if he revived lives at the 11th tier, he could easily neutralize and disregard the backlash, which is why he planned to lower the resurrection threshold and extend the retrospective time range. This was also considered a benefit for the deceased ancestors of human civilization. Several days later, all human civilization evolvers of 9th tier or above gathered outside the Martial Arts Evolution Tower. The Supremes resurrecting past lives need to reverse the flow. Concerning the rules of space-time manifestation, watching this would give evolvers insights. In the past, when the Supremes from various evolution towers resurrected, crowds of evolvers also gathered to watch, and Lin Yuan had once witnessed Xia Qin, the Supreme, performing resurrection. The Galaxy Supreme is resurrecting the past deceased lives of my human civilization? It said that this time the Galaxy Supreme's resurrection scope is unprecedentedly broad. Anyone who has made even a slight contribution to human civilization, regardless of their potential or strength, is on the resurrection list. My God, resurrecting so many people, what kind of backlash would he endure? Many cultivators of human civilization discussed animatedly, now that human civilization occupied the entire universe, thus there was no issue of resource scarcity. Xianyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme also rushed over. They initially planned to help Lin Yuan share some of the pressure but were rejected. Let's begin. Lin Yuan had previously resurrected past relatives and friends in the immortal realm, but the time river of the immortal realm is distinctly different from the universe's time river. The time river of the main universe is strictly a tributary of the chaos void time river. Humming sounds. Lin Yuan began to reverse the flow, with a resurrection list in hand, clearly knowing the essence and aura of every human evolver to be resurrected. Lin Yuan continually fished out people from the vast time river. Wake up, everyone. With a gentle effort from Lin Yuan, over 10 billion evolvers were forcibly pulled out, returning to the current time period. In each moment, 10 billion evolvers were resurrected. In a few breaths, the total revived exceeded 1 trillion. The Galaxy Supreme. How come the cosmic rebuke, when it reaches the Galaxy Master, couldn't even ripple? Many 11s were shocked. The resurrection of 10 billion lives almost made the universe's time river locally boil. The towering backlash all pressed towards the Galaxy Supreme, but it didn't even lift the hem of Lin Yuan's robe. The life essence is too strong. I feel if it wasn't for our life essence not being in the time river, the Galaxy Supreme could even resurrect us too. Xianyuan Supreme and other 8 Supremes were similarly astonished. They've resurrected many times and knew well what cosmic rebuke is like. The resurrection of 10 billion, even for Supremes, would result directly in severe injuries, especially since each of Lin Yuan's resurrections were also at the billion level. In a short time, a few breaths passed, and the resurrected lives exceeded 1 trillion. I've been resurrected? Has my human civilization reached its ultimate birth? Countless evolvers from before the Starry Sea era widened their eyes. In their era, human civilization did not yet have 12th tier existence, and they never imagined they could have a chance to be resurrected. I was also resurrected? A cold man looked astonished. His name was O-In, who perished at the hands of the Black Abyss and Qingyu. Originally, according to his potential, talent, and strength, he had no qualifications for resurrection. The Galaxy Supreme. O-In looked up, only to see a towering figure slowly lowering his head to glance over here, his face betokening a benevolent smile. The legacy I left in the battlefields of different races, was it obtained by the Galaxy Master? O-In immediately understood the cause and effect, while a sense of inexplicable emotions surged in his heart. Sar the Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Almost everyone has been resurrected. Lin Yuan glanced over the densely packed lives that had just been resurrected, then looked at the surrounding numerous 11th tier evolvers, entrusted them with the responsibility of arranging these resurrected lives, and immediately disappeared. Martial Arts Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Everything is almost done. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Now I can properly explore that original world. With this thought, Lin Yuan divided his attention, sank into the depths of his mind, and looked towards the towering and grand Myriad Realms gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 983 Fierce Sun. Please subscribe. Source World. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he looked at the world coordinates deep within the Myriad Realms gate. Now that I've arrived through transmigration, I no longer need to expend extra world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan thought to himself, since stepping into the 12 tiers, his life's essence had undergone a leap, and not only did he not need world-breaking origin force for worlds he had transmigrated to before. Even for worlds he had not transmigrated to, he did not require world-breaking origin force. He just needed to have the correct world coordinates. It seems that the world-breaking origin force expended in previous transmigrations was used to protect my true spirit consciousness? Lin Yuan guessed. As a being of the 12 tiers, his life's essence was strong enough, and likewise, his true spirit consciousness was strong enough to not need extra protection from the myriad realms gate, thereby also saving a sum of world-breaking origin force. I still choose to transmigrate with the true spirit consciousness. Lin Yuan silently concluded. Transmigration with the true spirit will, the only defect is the existence of a vulnerable period. But this defect, with Lin Yuan's advancement to the 12 tiers, had been basically remedied. Vulnerable period? If anything, he could just return to the myriad realms gate and continue the next transmigration. After all, it didn't require the expenditure of world-breaking origin force. And now, with Lin Yuan's mastery over the world-breaking origin force, even if he encountered some danger during the vulnerable period, he could block it. Minor dangers could be avoided with the help of world-breaking origin force. Major dangers didn't need to be withstood, just give up and begin the next transmigration. As for his true self, it was stationed in the cosmic starry skies, where safety is undoubtedly assured. Especially while situated in the Xianhuang secret realm, even if the universe itself crumbled, Lin Yuan could ignore it. Let's begin. Lin Yuan immediately partitioned a portion of his true spirit consciousness and surged into the myriad realms gate. After reaching the 12 tiers, Lin Yuan's transmigrations didn't require the immersion of all his true spirit consciousness. Just a part was enough. This also meant that both the body in the cosmic starry skies and the body in the transmigrated world could act independently. Moreover, he could also utilize his numerous incarnations. Close to 1/3 of the true spirit consciousness? Lin Yuan looked at the myriad realms gate. At this moment, a small portion of his true spirit consciousness surged into the myriad realms gate, descending upon that source world, ready to merge into it. In a daze, Lin Yuan's slumbering consciousness began to awaken. Young master, don't die, you must not die, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been careless enough to leave, you wouldn't end up like this. Dongyang family, if anything really happens to the young master, even if my lord and lady can endure it, I won't let you off. We're almost home, just a little further to the house, and you will be saved, young master. Lin Yuan's consciousness vaguely sensed the spatial fluctuations of the outside world. Clearly, someone was carrying him through a wide-range space-time travel. Qingfen Domain. Lord Qingfen's fief? Lord Qingfen is a great lord-level existence, a lord granted by the fierce sun ancient country, terrifyingly powerful, and I am the disciple of the Yu family with the most potential, competing for a spot as a disciple of Lord Qingfen against the Dongyang family. To curry favor with Lord Qingfen, the Dongyang family took the opportunity to assassinate me while I was out. Lin Yuan quickly assimilated a massive amount of memories flooding into his mind, understanding his current situation. Both the Yu family and the Dongyang family are second-rate families within the Qingfen domain. If they could establish a connection with Lord Qingfen, they at least had a chance of being promoted to a first-rate family. And a first-rate family meant an abundance of resources and status. CTH Novel IR. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Dongyang Meng. A stunning figure flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. In the competition between the Yu family and the Dongyang family for the opportunity to be Lord Qingfen's disciple, the one with the highest hope from the Yu family was the original body, whereas it was Dongyang Meng for the Dongyang family. In reality, the original body and Dongyang Meng were on good terms secretly, and the original body even harbored admiration for Dongyang Meng. During this most intense competition between the two families, the original body should have been hiding within the family to prevent any accidents. But Dongyang Meng contacted him, wanting to meet and claiming to have a way to alleviate tensions between the two families as well as resolving the current strained situation of the Yu family and the Dongyang family. So, the solution you meant was to get rid of me? The thought that emerged in Lin Yuan's mind for the last time was of the original body. Knowing that Dongyang Meng wanted to meet, the original body, against all reason, secretly snuck out of the family, bringing only an old servant with him. After meeting Dongyang Meng and in order to ensure their conversation remained private, He even sent the old servant away. However, what awaited the original body was an ambushing powerhouse from the Dongyang family hiding in the shadows. If the original body hadn't carried numerous life-saving measures, and the old servant had not sensed something wrong and hurried back, he probably would have been completely shattered. My physical body and soul, Lin Yuan could feel his current state. At this moment, his body and soul were being eroded by a dark force, weakening swiftly. Only deep within his body and soul was there a life force sustaining energy, albeit the latter was clearly in retreat. If nothing unexpected happened, in at most 5 breaths, the original Buddha's soul and flesh would be completely extinguished. What should I do? Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Just after arriving through transmigration, he hadn't set up any methods and had no ability to resist the dark force that continued to erode. As for the will of the spirit? The will of the spirit also required a sufficiently strong body and soul to carry and exert its power, and his spirit couldn't directly resist the dark erosion. Now, Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. He had 2 choices now. One was to give up immediately and have the consciousness that had transmigrated return to his true self. However, by doing so, it would be the same as wasting this transmigration opportunity. Although Lin Yuan's transmigration to the source world did not exhaust any world-breaking origin force, it did come with a cool-down period. He could only arrive once every 333 years. If he gave up this time, Lin Yuan's next descent would be 333 years later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 984 Fierce Sun. Please subscribe. _2 The second choice was to use the world-breaking origin force to resist that dark force. Lin Yuan didn't need to completely solve this dark force, he just needed to hold on until he returned to the Yu family, where the strong members of the family would come to the rescue. Temporarily resisting this dark force requires 100 strands of world-breaking origin force. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan's thoughts raced as he started making choices. Forget it, the identity I've descended with this time is not bad, at least I won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the early stage. After pondering for just a breath's time, Lin Yuan had made up his mind. As the most outstanding disciple of the Yu family, and with his parents holding high authority within the Yu family, such a starting point was indeed rare. It would allow Lin Yuan to avoid many detours in the early stage. Although a second-rate family in the Qingfen domain was not considered core upper echelon, it was still prominent enough to warrant Lin Yuan's participation. It's just 100 strands of world-breaking origin force after all. With a slight stir of Lin Yuan's mind, an invisible force began to emerge within his body. This force quickly suppressed and slowed down the dark corrupting force, reducing the rate of its spread and prolonging Lin Yuan's survival time. The most crucial thing was that this force wouldn't leave any traces inside his body, reducing any chances of it being detected by others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space and time were distorting. An old servant with white hair quickly brought Lin Yuan to the front of a grand mansion. What's going on? A tall man appeared, looking towards the white-haired old servant and noticing Lin Yuan, whose energy was hanging by a thread. Yen. The tall man's expression changed, and with a lift of his hand, the scenery transformed, instantly bringing the white-haired old servant and Lin Yuan to the deepest part of the mansion. Here, old men were sitting cross-legged, their auras deep and mysterious. At this moment, they all opened their eyes at once and looked towards the tall man. Elders, my son needs your help. Without mincing words, the tall man didn't even bother to ask why Lin Yuan was injured at this moment. This is the Dongyang clan's doing. How audacious of the Dongyang clan to attack a disciple of our Yu family. See Tich novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Several deeply orbed elders grimaced and acted without hesitation, stopping the spreading dark corrupting force inside Lin Yuan's body. Lucky he returned just in time. Had it been a few more breaths later, it would have been real trouble. The leading elder spoke. He looked at the tall man and frowned, saying, "What in the world happened?" Clan leader, elders. The white-haired old servant, seeing that Lin Yuan was fine, let out a deep breath of relief and immediately shared how Dongyang Meng had plotted against the young master. To become a disciple under Lord Qingfen, the Dongyang family has indeed become unscrupulous. The tall man added in a timely manner at the side. Becoming a disciple of Lord Qingfen, that's a chance to soar to the heavens. Who would hold back? The leading elder of the Yu family spoke, dissatisfaction in his tone. He wasn't angry at the Dongyang clan, but at Yu Yen. Knowing that it was a time when competition between the two great families was most fierce, yet he still went out to meet with Dongyang Meng in private? Wasn't that foolish? The elder speaks the truth, the tall man immediately replied at the side. He too knew there was something wrong with his son. The Dongyang clan attacking his son? If Yu Yen had fought back, using this private meeting with Dongyang Meng as a chance to bring over many strong members of the Yu family, turning the tables on Dongyang Meng, how could he have ended up in such a state now? Then, with Dongyang Meng dead, the likelihood of Yu Yen becoming a disciple of Lord Qingfen would have greatly increased, propelling the Yu family to the skies, becoming a top-tier family within the Qingfen Yu. Elder, my son now, the tall man asked cautiously. His life has been saved, but to fully recover would take decades without even thinking about it. And in a year's time, it will be time to head to Qingfen City. The Yu family elder said, without the possibility of recovery, there's no chance of contending with Dongyang Meng, which is the same as freely giving away the chance to become a disciple under Lord Qingfen. That's good to hear. The tall man breathed a sigh of relief, immediately thinking of something, and quickly added, I will go back and properly teach Yen. After saying this, he hurriedly left with Lin Yuan and the old servant. Finally got through it. Lin Yuan steadied himself. The world-breaking origin force fruit truly was miraculous, invisible and intangible, undetectable to anyone but Lin Yuan himself. Those few elders of the Yu family, all at the 12th layer strength? Lin Yuan inwardly sighed. Although it's just the second layer of the path-splitting realm, it's still the second layer. The Yu family is merely a second-class family in the Qingfen domain, yet they have several ancestors in the path-splitting realm presiding over. What about the first-class families then? And what about Lord Qingfen who looks over the entire Qingfen domain? This is the origin world, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In terms of world hierarchy, the origin world is no weaker than the chaos void. The urgent task now is to recover from the injuries on my physical body and soul. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and started to assess his own condition. The dark corrosive power within his body had been thoroughly eradicated, but the injury remained, and it was extremely difficult to recover from. External forces had basically no effect, and he could only rely on his own origin source to gradually repair it. This was also the reason why the Yu family ancestor confirmed that it would take Lin Yuan decades to recover. Decades? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. It would take Yu Yen decades to recover, but he would not need that long. Within the universe, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The situation in the origin world has finally stabilized. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It was his first arrival in the origin world, and he did not wish to return defeated. Now, all that's needed is to wait for the natural development over there in the origin world. Lin Yuan thought to himself that, based on the intelligence he had obtained so far, the colossal extent of that origin world was terrifying, especially the fierce Sun ancient country, which was unfathomably profound. Outside the ancient Ming Chaos continent, an avatar of Lin Yuan appeared. This time, the speed was much faster. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the ancient Ming Chaos continent, he was only at the 11th layer, and it took him 4 to 5 months just to approach it. But now, it's been just a few days since he left the main universe. If I could step into the eightfold realm of space-time, I estimate it would take only a few breaths to arrive. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Normally speaking, the eightfold realm of space-time is a comprehension of space and time belonging to a chaos venerable. As for the 9th realm of space-time, that's the domain of a chaos great saint. Shen Huang reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm of space-time in his mastering of space, invincible throughout the chaos void. The Thousand Treasures Convention is about to start. Lin Yuan immediately headed towards the ancient Ming Chaos continent. He did not forget that his purpose for coming here was to bring many weapons, treasures, and rare artifacts to sell, and then to purchase that golden box at the Thousand Treasures Convention. The golden box bore the mark of the profound Xianhuang lineage. Only Lin Yuan knew that it should contain the treasures of the profound Xianhuang lineage from the past. The golden box itself is nearly indestructible, which is why it has been passed down to the present, and the treasure contained within such a box must certainly be extraordinary, its true value definitely far exceeding 30,000 chaos stones. However, as Lin Yuan got closer to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Compared to his first arrival outside the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, the atmosphere of the Chaos Continent now was noticeably more tense, with a significant increase in the number of patrollers. In the very center of the continent, that black mountain peak that pierced the sky like a barb had somehow disappeared. Has some sort of incident occurred? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable had a great reputation in the nearby regions. For the ancient Ming Chaos Continent to change like this, if it's really an incident, it must not be small. The Chaos Void is full of crises. Even the Chaos Continents with a Chaos Venerable at helm are not absolutely safe, and the void outside the Chaos Continents is even more dangerous. Lin Yuan felt deeply. However, the ancient Ming Chaos Continent has existed for hundreds of cosmic eras, and has gone through many calamities, but all have been withstood under the protection of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable. Whatever the incident, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I can buy that golden box, it's fine to leave immediately. Lin Yuan thought, arriving at the entrance to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, and entered smoothly. Very soon, the two avatars converged, heading to the trading area of Mingchuan City, planning to sell the multitude of weapons, treasures, and rarities to acquire enough chaos stones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 985. The Golden Box. Subscribe please. All the weapons, armaments, and precious treasures combined sold for a total of 42,000 chaos stones. Lin Yuan returned to the inn, feeling slightly relieved. With 42,000 chaos stones, purchasing that golden box shouldn't be a problem. The starting price of the golden box is 30,000 chaos stones, and even a chaos venerable wouldn't spend 30,000 chaos stones to buy it without knowing its origins. While a chaos venerable can indeed condense chaos stones from the endless chaos void, it also requires effort. To a chaos venerable, 30,000 chaos stones might not be much, but to buy a golden box that might be worthless without knowing its specifics? A chaos venerable is wealthy, but not foolish. If it wasn't for the fluctuations of chaos realm energy within that golden box, it probably wouldn't even be listed for the Thousand Treasures Convention. Maybe after buying the golden box, there will still be chaos stones left over to purchase some other treasures. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Besides the golden box, there were many other treasures listed in the Thousand Treasures record that caught Lin Yuan's eye. Of course, that was just fancy. The golden box was the priority. So, the Thousand Treasures Convention in Mingchuan City commenced smoothly. So many 12-layer powerhouses. Lin Yuan arrived early at the Thousand Treasures Tower, the venue for the convention. Even though Lin Yuan arrived early, he still noticed numerous 12-layer powerhouses, but the vast majority were at the path-splitting realm, with very few at the Dominator realm and not a single one from the Chaos realm. Understandable. What status does a Chaos Venerable have? It's true that the Chaos Venerable occasionally pass through the Chaos Continent, but that's just occasionally. Most of the time, they are absent. If a Chaos Venerable were to pass by, Ancient Ming Venerable himself would need to show up to greet them. At this moment, Lin Yuan casually entered the Thousand Treasures Tower, exuding a faint aura of the peak path-splitting realm. The peak of the path-splitting realm, among the many 12-layer beings present, was already considered strong, ranking just below those few at the Dominator realm. Stay farther away, that one seems to be at the peak of the path-splitting realm. Many at the peak of the path-splitting realm. They're just a step away from breaking through to the Dominator realm. We can't afford to clash with them. It's best to not get too close. The 12-layer beings whispered among themselves. In the Chaos Void, strength is respected. Outside of a place like the Chaos Continent where order is maintained, it's always the law of the jungle. Thus, all 12-layer beings who have survived are very cautious. They wouldn't dare provoke the strong, let alone get close to them, eliminating any possibility of offense or conflict. Lin Yuan found a place in the hall to sit down. The interior space of the Thousand Treasures Tower was extremely vast, enough to allow each participant to have a separate hall. With my strength at the peak of the path-splitting realm, it shouldn't be a problem to protect a treasure worth 30,000 Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the Chaos Continent, anyone can purchase treasures, which are protected by ancient Ming Venerable, so no one dares to cause trouble. But that may not be the case once they leave the Chaos Continent. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan revealed his aura of the peak path-splitting realm. If someone in the early stages of the path-splitting realm purchased that golden box and attracted the attention of those with ill intentions, it could lead to some unwelcome thoughts and ideas. But the peak of the path-splitting realm? Then they'd have to consider whether it's worth it or not. To assault and rob someone at the peak of the path-splitting realm, at least a Dominator Realm powerhouse is required, which comes at no small cost. Just for an unassessed golden box? A Dominator Realm powerhouse definitely has better targets for plunder. Time went by. The Thousand Treasures Convention was about to start soon. Lin Yuan sat inside the hall, observing the various auras nearby. There are more than 40 Dominator Realm powerhouses, Lin Yuan silently noted. Among these 40 Dominator Realm powerhouses, 3 had auras that barely reached the peak of the Dominator Realm, approaching that of the senior Song Weiyang. Ladies and gentlemen. In the center of the Thousand Treasures Tower, a silver-haired woman appeared. With faint dragon scales on her face, her noble bloodline was evident. Many powerful beings in the Chaos Void have bloodlines of various chaos exotic beasts flowing in them. A Dominator Realm being. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn, as the aura of the silver-haired woman was hidden, surely a Dominator Realm powerhouse. I will be presiding over this session of the Thousand Treasures Convention. The silver-haired woman's voice was concise, as she directly produced a bracelet that appeared to be a secret treasure. A defensive secret treasure of the peak path-splitting realm. Wear it on your body, and when encountering danger, it will activate on its own, capable of blocking an attack from the peak path-splitting realm for 10 breaths. The silver-haired woman spoke quickly while revealing the appearance and aura of the bracelet treasure. After a moment, the silver-haired woman continued, the starting bid is 100 Chaos Stones, with each increase no less than 10 Chaos Stones. The normal price for a path-splitting realm secret treasure ranges from several tens to several hundred Chaos Stones. Being able to start at 100 Chaos Stones is firstly due to its superior quality, and secondly because the Thousand Treasures Tower provides a guarantee. The Thousand Treasures Tower, as an official force on the Chaos Continent, ensures every sold treasure is backed by proper endorsement. There's no possibility of fraud. So the treasures on auction at the Thousand Treasures Convention are priced higher than usual, but as long as they're genuine and the quality is guaranteed, there are still many strong buyers willing to purchase. 120 Chaos Stones. 150 Chaos Stones. 180 Chaos Stones. Before long, the bracelet treasure reached a price of 200 Chaos Stones. 200 Chaos Stones had already reached the category of a top-grade path-splitting realm treasure. The bracelet treasure was indeed good but not match for the top-grade path-splitting realm treasures. Hence, at this price, there were much fewer bidders. So, the bracelet treasure was sold for 210 Chaos Stones. One after another, treasures were presented before the eyes of the many 12-layer beings, sparking bouts of competition. Lin Yuan did not make a move, saving all his Chaos Stones until the golden box appeared. The Thousand Treasures Convention was progressing swiftly. The competition for Dominator Realm treasures quickly concluded. Next came the auction for Chaos Realm hierarchical treasures. At once, dozens of Dominator Realm powerhouses perked up. This was the moment they had come for. Golden box, containing fluctuations of the Chaos Realm aura within, suspected to be a Chaos Realm treasure. The starting bid is 30,000 Chaos Stones. The silver-haired woman presented a mottled golden box, her voice resonating throughout the hall. Silence fell around them momentarily. The ordinary path-splitting realm powerhouses, though curious about the golden box, couldn't afford such a large amount of chaos stones. As for the Dominator realm powerhouses, their target lay with the subsequent Chaos realm treasures, showing little interest in this golden box. Seeing no response from the powerful attendees, the silver-haired woman continued, "This golden box is made of an extremely mysterious material. Ordinary attacks from the Chaos realm cannot destroy it." She went on with her presentation. Sighing internally, the silver-haired woman mused, "Still no one interested?" The golden box had been featured at not just 1,000 Treasures convention, with its starting bid dropping from 100,000 Chaos stones initially to the current 30,000. Just as the silver-haired woman was about to withdraw the golden box to present the next treasure, a hesitant voice came forward. 30,000 Chaos stones. Turning to the source, the silver-haired woman saw it originate from a pavilion near the front. A slight smile appeared on her face. 30,000 Chaos stones. Is anyone else interested? A path-splitting realm peak powerhouse has bought this box of unknown origin. 30,000 Chaos stones, indeed, fitting for a peak of the path-splitting realm. Probably just curious about the box, otherwise, they wouldn't wait until the end to bid. Inside the 1,000 Treasures Tower, the powerhouses of the 12th layer whispered among themselves. For a peak path-splitting realm powerhouse to spend 30,000 Chaos stones was not out of the ordinary. Since that is the case, this golden box shall belong to the gentleman. The silver-haired woman promptly secured the golden box and moved on to introduce the next treasure. Items bought in the 1,000 Treasures convention would be delivered to their new owners after the convention concluded. Got it? A smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face. Initially, he had been worried that some path-splitting realm peak or even a Dominator realm powerhouse might compete with him. Now it seemed everything had gone smoothly. Naturally, 30,000 Chaos stones wasn't a small number. Chaos venerables might easily produce such an amount, but Dominator realm powerhouses would definitely feel the pinch. The 1,000 Treasures convention carried on. Lin Yuan also successively acquired a few treasures for hundreds to thousands of Chaos stones. In the end, the 1,000 Treasures convention concluded smoothly. When the 1,000 Treasures convention ended, the silver-haired woman standing on the stage did not leave, but quietly watched the many powerhouses. "My lords, my master has instructed me to make an announcement." The silver-haired woman began to speak, her master being the ancient Ming Venerable, the ruler of the Chaos continent. Make an announcement? What matter? A matter disclosed by the ancient Ming Venerable? The many powerhouses looked slightly unsettled, some feeling uneasy as they recalled the recent tense situation in the Chaos continent. "Next, my master will activate the Chaos continent, initiating its move away from this region," the silver-haired woman said. "Move away? Why relocate?" The powerhouses expressed their bewilderment. Search * the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. How immense was the Chaos continent? To move such a giant continent, the amount of Chaos stones consumed would be no joke. Before long, this area will become the battlefield of the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The aftereffects of the battle between the 2 Chaos Great Saints will cover the surrounding area, and at that time, everything will be destroyed, the silver-haired woman explained. A battlefield of 2 Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan's expression subtly shifted. Chaos Great Saints? Battlefield? May I ask about the range of the aftereffects from the battle between the 2 Chaos Great Saints? A Dominator realm powerhouse inquired, concerned as his abode was in the vicinity. If what the silver-haired woman claimed was true, survival would mean keeping a good distance. Approximately this range, the silver-haired woman pointed. A map of the Chaos Void materialized with certain areas marked in red. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan focused on the red areas of the Chaos Void map. If the positioning was accurate, his home universe lay squarely within the battlefield range of the 2 Chaos Great Saints. Remember, within this range, even universes birthed from the Chaos Void will be destroyed, prematurely entering the Great Dissolution. If you wish to survive, feel free to apply for permanent residence in Mingchuan City, the silver-haired woman continued. The reason she mentioned universes was to remind the powerful beings present of the gravity of the situation. If universes could not withstand the chaos of the great saints' clash, then nothing else stood a chance. Universes will be destroyed, entering the great dissolution beforehand? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn as he grasped the gravity of the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 986, The Greatest Opportunity of the Origin World. Please subscribe. Main Universe, Shenhuang's Secret Realm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Universal catastrophe? Lin Yuan thought to himself, the combat between two chaos great saints leading to the collapse of all universes within a vast area, prematurely entering universal catastrophe. This kind of example, he had indeed seen it in the records of the demon jade space and the profound Shenhuang lineage. The attacks of a chaos great saint are capable of shattering all defensive barriers of a universe. Even if they cannot completely erase this universe, they can still force its destruction, reverting it to its initial state. For the universe itself, there are not many effects, for the universe still exists, but for the creatures within the universe, it is a disaster. If the universal catastrophe truly arrives early, what should I do? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. The universal catastrophe, in fact, also has little effect on Lin Yuan. With his strength, he can easily withstand the great destruction of the catastrophe and enter the chaos void. Even if he is unwilling to enter the chaos void, Lin Yuan can also rely on the Shenhuang's secret realm, hiding inside much like the robber clan, surviving until the next cosmic era. The Shenhuang's secret realm, being semi-fused with the origin source, would not be affected by the universal catastrophe, making it nearly absolutely safe to hide inside, similar to the robber clan's wooden hut. Moreover, Lin Yuan can also traverse through the Myriad Realms Gate into other dimensional worlds. After stepping into the second layer, many restrictions of the Myriad Realms Gate were lifted for Lin Yuan, allowing his true self to descend upon any world. This method is even more reliable than the Shenhuang's secret realm. As long as beings under the 13th layer do not act, the Shenhuang's secret realm remains in peace. But what if a 13th layer being takes action? Of course, what kind of existence is a 13th layer being? The probability of them acting against the universe is nearly zero, but there is still such a possibility. But the Myriad Realms Gate? Even for 13th layer beings, it is very difficult to explore the worlds of other dimensional levels. If the Shenhuang's secret realm is nearly absolutely safe, then through the Myriad Realms Gate, it is absolutely safe. In short, Lin Yuan's method of solving the universal catastrophe is too simple. For other beings, it is a catastrophe even for the 12th layer ultimate beings. But in Lin Yuan's heart, it is not a concern at all. However, even though Lin Yuan himself might not have a problem, countless citizens of human civilization would probably have to make a choice. This matter needs to be communicated to Xin Yuan and Xia Qin. Lin Yuan quickly began contacting the other 9 supreme beings of human civilization. In matters concerning the survival of the entire human civilization, the 9 supreme beings also have the right to know. A moment later, virtual world. On the 10 thrones, figures appeared one after another. Ea the Nephire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Galaxy, what's the matter calling us here? What you're saying, must there be a matter to summon us? Indeed, we could also gather and chat from time to time. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization were unusually relaxed. Now that the entire universe had become the territory of human civilization, they, as supreme beings, are naturally very relaxed. In the past, there was the threat of the 12th layer ultimate beings from the other 11 peak clan powers. The 9 human supreme beings, while not walking on thin ice, felt a lot of pressure. But now, the robber clan adopted a policy of self-preservation, and the ultimate beings from the other top 10 peak clans were suppressed, with their clan entities also being integrated into human civilization. The human civilization of today is definitely the most prosperous ever. Seeing this, their supreme beings naturally felt very content. Lin Yuan, looking at the 9 human supreme beings, pondered for a moment and then said, "I have long since dispatched an avatar to explore the chaos void." The 9 supreme beings immediately started listening attentively. Ordinary 12th-layer path-splitting realm powerhouses, their avatars, simply cannot stray too far from the universe. But Lin Yuan? The miracles created by Lin Yuan were just too many. Thus, when the 9 supreme beings learned that Lin Yuan had already begun exploring the chaos void outside the universe, not a single one was surprised. However, what followed? The words spoken by Lin Yuan caused all the supreme beings' faces to change color. What? You mean to say our universe is about to be enveloped in the combat of 2 chaos great saints, stepping prematurely into universal catastrophe? Xia Qin's supreme being's face was full of shock. He didn't even know what a chaos great saint represented. But he understood very clearly the meaning of universal catastrophe. The rest of the 8 supreme beings felt similarly. The universe stepping prematurely into catastrophe was a disaster for all 12th-layer beings within the universe. Galaxy Master, are you sure this is true? The ancient power supreme being earnestly inquired. Universal catastrophe was not something to take lightly. It was related to their future and the entire human civilization. I'm 90% certain. Lin Yuan nodded. The ancient Ming Chaos continent started a long voyage to avoid the combat zone of the 2 Chaos Great Saints. Considering the mass of the ancient Ming Chaos continent, how vast an amount of chaos stones would be needed for its movement? The ancient Ming Venerable, daring to make such a move, must have received precise information. 90% certain? The hearts of the supreme beings present thumped. 90% certainty practically assured that this event would happen. When roughly will the combat of the 2 Chaos Great Saints affect us? Xin Yuan Supreme inquired. Between 100 to 1,000 years. Lin Yuan answered. According to the red region marked by the silver-haired woman on the map, the position of their home universe was directly in the trajectory of the 2 Chaos Great Saints battle zone, and it would be one of the first areas to be affected. Time in the chaos void might be in a few years, but the flow of time within the universe is much faster, approximately within a century or a millennium. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 987. The Greatest Opportunity of the Origin World. Please subscribe. _2 The atmosphere among the 10 strongest beings of human civilization was extremely solemn. We owe a great deal to Galaxy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known until the very moment the universe was on the brink of destruction. The Xin Yuan Supreme took a deep breath and said seriously, facing a disaster like the universe's destruction, knowing in advance versus knowing at the last minute are completely different concepts. When a normal universe approaches destruction, there would be many signs. Beings of the second layer within the universe would make corresponding preparations, such as beginning to migrate populations, gathering up the many resources within the universe, and so on. But this kind of destruction hastened by external forces. If Lin Yuan hadn't spoken up, the losses to human civilization would have been immense. The most critical point is that moving the human population takes time. During the universe's destruction, the universes within the bodies of the Supremes can carry some of the humans by transferring their life essence into the river of time within their universes. But this process takes time. Additionally, the universe is vast and contains many resource planets and secret realms. These planets' secret realms could be slowly exploited, functioning like money trees, but if the universe's destruction is indeed imminent, one would definitely pack everything and leave, even if it means suffering some losses. Indeed. Xia Qin, along with the other Supremes, nodded as well. If the universe's destruction can't be stopped, the best they can do now is to minimize further losses. If the universe's destruction really does come, resources and such are not a big issue. They're inanimate objects and don't require life essence transfer. They can be placed in any space we open up. But our human population. The Xin Yuan Supreme was somewhat worried. The transfer of life is not as simple as one might imagine. The universes within the bodies of the 9 supremes of human civilization are each hundreds of thousands of light-years in size. Combined, they add up to millions of light-years. Add Lin Yuan's universe to that. With so much space, if people were squeezed in a bit and the quality of living environments were reduced somewhat, it would be entirely sufficient to migrate the majority of the human population. However, during the universe's destruction, the more lives a supreme carries within their universe, the heavier the cataclysm they would bear. If a supreme were to carry all life within his universe, including those of the second layer, they would endure the full pressure of the origin source. And the origin source equates to the life essence of a chaos venerable. It's like facing the full force of a chaos venerable, and even the peak of the path-splitting realm would be instantly reduced to ashes. Even if the universe within a supreme is large enough, the number of lives they can take is limited. According to the current population of human civilization, a supreme could barely take away 1 in 100,000, and any more would reduce the chances of surviving the cataclysm. I can take away 1% of the current human population, Lin Yuan said after pondering for a while. 1%. The Xin Yuan Supreme's pupils contracted. As one of the once 12 pinnacle forces, how vast was the human civilization's population? Even if it was only 1%, that was still an incredibly large number, trillions upon trillions times trillions. Galaxy, ensuring the most complete migration of our human population is critical, but your safety is more important. As long as you're here, the human civilization will persist, Xia Qin said with slight concern. A supreme at the peak of the path-splitting realm would normally be able to safely endure the universe's destruction, as long as the number of lives they carry doesn't exceed the limit. But the current 1% of the human civilization? That is far beyond the limit. At least if a supreme at the peak of the path-splitting realm dared to take that many lives, they would face the final targeted destruction from the universe's origin source. The other supremes looked at Lin Yuan as well. While they naturally hoped that more humans could survive, they did not wish for Lin Yuan to encounter any accidents during the upcoming universe's destruction. Rest assured, I have an idea in mind. Lin Yuan nodded. His in-body universe was growing every moment. In hundreds of years, it would reach its limit of 8 million light-years in diameter. With the foundation of such a universe, coupled with Lin Yuan's many methods, fending off the corresponding level of cataclysm from the universe's destruction shouldn't be a problem. In fact, if Lin Yuan could step into the Tao realm in the next few hundred years and his in-body universe underwent transformation again, the number of humans he could carry would increase further. But to ascend from the path-splitting realm to the sovereign realm, Lin Yuan needs to grow in all aspects to his utmost limit, not just the universe within his body. Lin Yuan has no confidence that he can step into the sovereign realm within 1,000 years. This 1,000 years is 1,000 years within the universe, but if it is in the chaos void, or that origin source, it is merely 2 or 3 years. That's good. The Xin Yuan Supreme nodded and then turned to the other 8 Supremes. Then let's leave first and arrange the matters to come. Okay. Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan said. Xianhuang's Secret Realm. Lin Yuan felt a sense of urgency. Even if everything goes well, facing the impending universe destruction, 99% of humanity will perish. Even if Lin Yuan manages to luck into the sovereign realm before the imminent universe destruction, he could at most bring along 10 times more humans. 90% of humanity will still die. My strength is still too weak. Lin Yuan sighed. If he were a Chaos Great Saint, the skirmish between the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint couldn't even shake the region he wished to protect. The aftershocks of a battle between 2 great saints might force a Chaos Venerable like Ancient Ming to retreat early, but for great saints of the same level, it would mean nothing. If Lin Yuan were to advance further and become the Moyu Tower Master, or a peerless great saint like His Majesty Shenhuang, then no matter how great the enmity of the Shadow Demon Great Saint or the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, when passing near Lin Yuan's territory, not to mention fighting, they probably wouldn't even dare to make a slightly louder noise. No matter inside the universe or the chaos void outside, strength is respected above all. Sovereign Realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For nearly all cultivators in the path-splitting realm, the most difficult part about ascending to the sovereign realm is the comprehension of numerous rules and the corresponding mental will. However, Lin Yuan has already met all these requirements. For Lin Yuan, ascending to the sovereign realm is merely a matter of time. He only needs all aspects of his physical body, soul body, and the universe within to naturally reach their peak, then he can ascend. Origin source, Qingfen domain Yu family. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. The injuries have almost all recovered. Lin Yuan examined his internals and saw that the injuries caused by the unique dark energy erosion from the Dongyang family had now healed by 90%. The cultivation system of this origin source. Many pieces of information emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, the most important being that including the Yu family, Dongyang family, and even the Lord Qingfen, their cultivation paths all originated from the Fierce Sun ancient country. The Fierce Sun ancient country, a colossal entity that the original Yu Yen had been hearing about since he was a child, is said to have an ancestor who was the eternal Fierce Sun above the firmament. Eternal Fierce Sun? Lin Yuan looked up slightly, and even though separated by an unknown amount of space and time, he could still feel the terror of the Fierce Sun above the sky, at least far surpassing the feeling the Chaos Continent of ancient Ming gave him. If this eternal Fierce Sun truly transformed into the ancestor of the Fierce Sun ancient country, then what realm is he? A Chaos Great Saint? A Peerless Great Saint? Or a 13th layer temporal life form? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even compared to the images left by Shen Huang and the Moyu Tower Master, that eternal Fierce Sun seemed far more powerful. Of course, the eternal Fierce Sun Lin Yuan felt was just an insignificant part of its full power, as were the images of Shen Huang and the Moyu Tower Master. The two could not be directly compared. Forget it. Thinking about these matters now is too far-fetched. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts and began to look at the space-time around him, his expression revealing a trace of excitement. The space-time of this origin source is displaying directions entirely different from those of the main universe and the chaos void. Lin Yuan carefully observed the minutiae of space-time, while comparing them to those of the main universe and the chaos void. Hum. Countless sparks of enlightenment surged in Lin Yuan's mind, feeling his understanding of space-time advancing in a terrifying manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 988, The True Appearance of the Mysterious Gourd. Please subscribe. Your understanding transcends the heavens, feeling different dimensions and different time-space facets, greatly enhancing your comprehension of time-space. Lin Yuan immersed himself in the temporal and spatial fluctuations around him. Each thread of fluctuation in his eyes was perfect, distinctly different from the fluctuations of the chaos void, yet existing on the same level. In just half a day, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the seventh realm of time and space elevated from the initial stage to the middle stage. This is too exaggerated. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit, his mind extremely delighted. 4 ordinary sovereign beings to advance from the initial to the middle stage of the seventh realm, it would take at least several cosmic eras, if not dozens. Even for Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding, after entering the 12th phase and seeing a surge in his speed of comprehension, he thought it would take thousands of years to achieve. This was already considered extremely fast. 1,000 years in the cosmos is just a few years passing in the chaos void. But now, it only took half a day? No wonder those beings of the 13th dimension of time long to explore other dimensional worlds, thought Lin Yuan. The faces revealed by the rules between different dimensional worlds may differ, and the different facets of these rules play a crucial role in elevating one's own rules comprehension to perfect levels. What is the difference between temporal beings and perfect time beings? Perfection. Every aspect of a perfect time being is perfect. The rules they comprehend, their physical bodies and souls, all embody perfection and encompass everything. The many-dimension worlds Lin Yuan had arrived at through his numerous journeys, all fell below the dimensional plane of the main universe. Even the immortal realm was barely on the same level as the main universe, but still far inferior to the chaos void. If the planes were not on the level of the main universe and chaos void, the aspects of the rules they operate under are naturally mostly encompassed by the rules of the chaos void. But this origin world? In terms of the speed of time flow, it is not inferior to the chaos void, and the aspects of its operating rules are even in different directions compared to those of the chaos void. And the operation of rules in different directions creates an unprecedented impact for someone like Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding. This is wondrous. So this is what the golden rule is like? Not merely symbolizing sharpness? And the water rule? It also has an extremely destructive side. Lin Yuan was mesmerized. The operation of the rules in this origin world represents a completely different path of cultivation. Not just another way, but another grand pathway of cultivation, wholly different from the path in the main universe's chaos void. It's like having the same mathematical problem and seeing different solutions, which has an unimaginable impact on understanding the essence of the problem. Focusing most of his mind on comprehending the origin rules of this origin world, Lin Yuan began to scrutinize himself. Name: Yu Yen Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the myriad realms gate, binded talent, against heaven's understanding, divine skills, blood rebirth, divine skills, mountain moving, divine skills, strengthening, divine skills, element body, divine skills, world, divine skills, sky ripping, current status, consciousness arrival, remaining duration of stay, none. The duration of stay is none? Does this mean there's no limit to my stay in this world? Until death or choosing to return voluntarily? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Also, this arrival, having split off almost half of my real true spirit consciousness, does this body of mine now strictly no longer count as an incarnation but rather a clone? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. With so much true spirit consciousness, even if Lin Yuan's true body in the main universe's chaos void perished, he would not die. Essentially, there is no difference from his true self now. Another boost to my survival means. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The true terror of the myriad realms gate after the 12th phase had just begun to show. What I need to do now is continue perfecting my martial Tao path according to the operation of this origin world's rules, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As the rules of different dimensional worlds vary, showing different aspects, martial Tao naturally also needs to adapt to different extents. And when martial Tao reaches the stage where it can exert full strength in any dimensional world, that will be Lin Yuan's moment stepping into the realm of perfect time beings. The path of perfect time beings is universal across the myriad worlds and endless dimensional planes, requiring no adaptation, no perfecting, because they are inherently the most perfect. I wonder, what divine skills will this physical body awaken to? Lin Yuan anticipated inwardly. Consolidating bloodline power to birth physical body divine abilities is a unique advantage of the martial Tao cultivation system. From the several awakenings of physical body divine abilities before, Lin Yuan concluded, the strength of the physical body divine abilities is related during this traversal. Lin Yuan's residence time in the Feng Yuan world was not limited. He had plenty of time to expend. Dongyang family. Dongyang Meng stood there quietly, her appearance strikingly beautiful. That Yu family boy truly has a large fate. He even withstood our clan's black descent power. The patriarch of the Dongyang clan frowned from his throne. CTH Novelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After Dongyang Meng lured out Yu Yen, the main powerhouses of the Dongyang clan didn't make a move to avoid alarming the Yu family. Instead, they utilized the black descent power crafted by an ancestor of the Dongyang family and struck Yu Yen with it. The black descent power, an ultimate destructive force, meant that even with the protection of various Yu family assets, Yu Yen should not have been able to endure for long. Yet, he actually managed to survive until reaching his family. However, even though he has survived, he will need decades to recover. Next, the disciple spot for Lord Qingfen can only belong to our Dongyang family. A smile emerged on the face of the patriarch of the Dongyang clan. As long as Dongyang Meng can become a disciple under Lord Qingfen, the Dongyang family will ascend to great heights, becoming a top-tier family. At that time, The Yu family, originally a formidable foe, will no longer have the qualifications to challenge the Dongyang family. Menger, you need not feel guilty about that Yu family boy. You and he are not of the same level, said the patriarch of the Dongyang clan, comforting Dongyang Meng. As long as I can become a disciple of Lord Qingfen, any sacrifice is worth it, said Dongyang Meng softly. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan summoned the six-armed figure. Master. The six-armed figure was extremely respectful. Since Lin Yuan stepped into the 12th layer, revealing many of his formidable capabilities, the six-armed figure had come to regard Lin Yuan as the next Xianhuang. If this universe faces a great destruction, how many lives can the Xianhuang's secret realm sustain? Lin Yuan inquired. In the face of a great cosmic destruction, multiple preparations are needed. The strongest beings of human civilization, carrying a portion of their population, and the Xianhuang's secret realm, can also sustain a part of the population. How many lives? The six-armed figure hesitated. If it's life beneath the 12th layer, at most it can sustain 100 billion, said the six-armed figure in a low voice. After the great cosmic destruction, everything will revert to the initial state of chaos, and the Xianhuang's secret realm will shrink rapidly, with a capacity of 100 billion lives being the limit. What about the 12th layer? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. For the 12th layer, at most 10, the six-armed figure reported truthfully. Every 12th layer being is under the critical watch of the cosmic origin consciousness. The loss of 1 or 2 12th layer beings is manageable, but more than 10? The Xianhuang's secret realm might even become the target of the cosmic origin. The methods of Xianhuang are unfathomable. With a wave of his hand, he created 33,333 Xianhuang's secret realms, integrating them into different universes. But after all, they are merely integrated, not the universe itself. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging that the Xianhuang's secret realm could completely serve as humanity's fallback. At worst, they could become the second robber clan, enduring until the next cosmic era, as long as the lineage of human civilization continues. Of course, even after the great cosmic destruction, Lin Yuan would leave behind a willful incarnation in the Xianhuang's secret realm, both as a means to control this realm and as his own life-saving resource. The Xianhuang's secret realm isolates causal space-time, and being inside the universe, its safety level is only slightly lower than the origin world. Another thing, Lin Yuan suddenly stated. Please speak, Master, immediately responded the six-armed figure. Do you recognize this golden box? An image of the golden box purchased at the Thousand Treasures Convention appeared before Lin Yuan, bearing the unique mark of the profound Xianhuang. This is... The six-armed figure examined the golden box carefully. With its expression continuously changing, it spoke, "It's a treasure of our profound Xianhuang lineage. Each of these boxes has been personally crafted by His Majesty Xianhuang, each containing relics crucial to the lineage of profound Xianhuang." Personally crafted by His Majesty Xianhuang? Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn, the origin of this golden box being even more significant than he had thought. Initially, it was regarded as a precious treasure of the profound Xianhuang lineage, but personally crafted by His Majesty Xianhuang? What stature does His Majesty Xianhuang hold? Could the box he personally crafted be a simple object? Even the Xianhuang's secret realm was merely an incidental creation by His Majesty Xianhuang, crafting over 30,000 in one go. How can it be opened? Lin Yuan asked. I am not sure. The six-armed figure shook its head. Master, you only need to probe with the aura of your Xianhuang mark. As long as it meets the requirements to open, the box will naturally open. Lin Yuan, having taken charge of a Xianhuang's secret realm, held the identity of a successor of His Majesty Xianhuang, an identity that could be confirmed by the Xianhuang mark within him. Having acquired the desired answers from the six-armed figure, Lin Yuan was about to continue his cultivation and enlightenment. The rules operating in different facets of the origin world brought profound impacts to Lin Yuan, with new insights emerging nearly every moment. Just then, Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. A gourd? Lin Yuan extended his right hand, and a palm-sized gourd appeared. Since Lin Yuan ascended to the 12th layer, his internal world transformed into an internal universe, and this mysterious gourd began a kind of transformation, which was now nearly complete. This is... Lin Yuan held the gourd. A massive amount of information surged from within the gourd into his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 989. The Structure of the Universe Within. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan looked at the gourd in his hand. At this moment, the gourd was no longer the original gray-purple color. Instead, it had become a translucent jade color. Pure, flawless. Lin Yuan gently stroked it, and a mass of information surged from the gourd into his mind. This jade gourd. A look of astonishment appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The information conveyed by the transformed jade gourd was not difficult to comprehend. The general idea was, since Lin Yuan had awakened the gourd to its current state, he must have already absorbed the previous 7 types of divine liquid, completing the most basic foundation setting. To fully refine the jade gourd, one must comprehend the 3,333 symbols contained within the space of the gourd within a cosmic era. Only by doing so could one completely control the jade gourd and obtain the greatest benefits contained within it. After absorbing the 7 colored liquids, allowing the inner world to break through its shackles and expand to 23 times its original size, is this merely completing the most basic foundation? Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. Until now, even after spending time on the ancient Ming Chaos continent, he had never heard of any methods that could enhance the fundamental size of the world within a life form, let alone an expansion by 23-fold. This gourd, Lin Yuan steadied his mind. Since he had obtained the gourd, he had made various guesses and speculations, but he had never expected it to be like this. 3,333 symbols. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment and then sent a sliver of his primordial spirit, attempting to penetrate into the gourd. The next moment, Lin Yuan found himself in a vast expanse, where the oppressive feeling of space was terrifying to the extreme. A single strike, which could destroy a galaxy in the universe, could only break a stone here. The space-time rule, along with many pillar rules, as well as the fundamental structure of this world. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly stern. Just this world alone made him extremely solemn. Where are the symbols? Lin Yuan looked around. According to the information passed on by the jade gourd, he would enter the world within the gourd, yet he had to comprehend the 3,333 symbols. At that moment, the power of the world converged, forming a figure. This figure stood there quietly, surrounded by dozens and hundreds of faint temporal rivers flowing around. Perhaps it wasn't that the temporal rivers were faint, but rather that the figure was too immense, only appearing to be of normal stature in front of Lin Yuan. His hair was twisted and bent, as if containing endless time and space. Even as a mere projection, it exuded a sense that could collapse everything. CTH novel, F.I.R. at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I've lost track of how long I've lived, a life of ease and carefree. The figure spoke indifferently, until one day, I suddenly felt that I should leave something behind for this dimension. After all, I was born here. Leaving nothing would be somewhat inappropriate. This dimension, Lin Yuan was shocked. An existence described by the term dimension must be at an unimaginably high level of life. The chaos void is vast and boundless, and this boundless chaos void is just a part of that dimension, perhaps as a main body, but the concept of dimension is definitely greater than that of the chaos void. The many worlds Lin Yuan had traversed in the past all originated from other dimensions. After much thought, I crafted 33 jade gourds and scattered them everywhere. Those who are fated will obtain them. Each jade gourd contains my Tao, my laws, my foundation, my core, and this jade gourd represents my very foundation. I have always believed the foundation is extremely important. With a solid foundation, even if the Tao practiced or laws cultivated are slightly weaker, it can be compensated for by the foundation. A solid foundation makes everything easier for life. The figure said with a faint smile. Foundation, Lin Yuan's expression turned thoughtful. Although he did not know what foundation the figure was referring to, it should relate to the inner world or inner universe through the 7 kinds of liquids from the mystical gourd previously. If that was indeed the case, then what this figure said was truly accurate. Even before stepping into the second layer, having an inner world several dozen times larger than other beings of the same level allowed him to sweep through them with ease. So what if his understanding of rules wasn't as profound as others? With a vast inner world and abundant strength from the world's power, he could break all laws with force. Of course, all along, Lin Yuan's strongest aspect was his rule comprehension. With against heaven's understanding, comprehending rules was easier than ever for him. Dorosh, you can only obtain what I have left behind by fully refining the jade gourd. To refine the jade gourd, you must comprehend the 3,333 symbols I have left within one cosmic era. If you haven't comprehended these 3,333 symbols, or if the time taken exceeds one cosmic era, it just means you are not suitable for the path of my foundation. At that time, the jade gourd will vanish and randomly appear anywhere in this dimension, awaiting the next fated individual. After speaking, the figure smiled faintly. And with that, he directly dispersed into thousands of symbols, floating within this world. The jade gourd will disappear if I can't comprehend it? Lin Yuan tensed up. By now he knew that the one who left the jade gourd could very well be the legendary 13th layer temporal being. An item left by a temporal being would make a group of chaos great saints envious and even fight to the death over it. If possible, he certainly didn't want the jade gourd to disappear. With a cosmic era as the time limit, the difficulty of comprehending these symbols must be incredibly high, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990, The Structure of the Inner Universe. Please subscribe. _2 This means that the 13th order temporal being believes that anyone who comprehends all the runes within a cosmic era is qualified to completely control this jade gourd. These runes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan looked at the more than 3,000 runes floating in the heaven and earth. Each rune was the size of a fist, but vaguely, it seemed like a universe unto itself. One rune is equal to one universe? Lin Yuan let out a breath of relief. Doesn't that mean that 3,333 runes are equivalent to 3,333 universes, equivalent to 3,333 chaos venerables? Not exactly one universe. Lin Yuan carefully observed, his gaze continuously sweeping over each rune. Each rune represents the unique structure of a certain universe, and strictly speaking, the 3,333 runes explicate 3,333 types of cosmic structures. The essence of the origin source in the universe is the same, but the structures differ, the microcosmic arrangements differ, and the universes that are ultimately formed are also completely different. Just like the basic element carbon, different ways of structuring carbon can lead to vastly different substances like diamond and coal. It is the same with universes. Universes also have so many ways of structuring. Lin Yuan gazed at the 3,333 runes, astounded in his heart. No matter which type of structure, the universe that is finally formed is far superior to the home universe where Lin Yuan resides. Why are you not hasting to comprehend the first rune? What are you hesitating for? A childish voice came through, only to see a red-dressed girl with jejune features and 2 sky-piercing braids appeared not far away, looking at Lin Yuan with boredom and reminded him. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked at the red-dressed girl. Compared to the figure that condensed earlier, the red-dressed girl was more like a living being. That figure was clearly just an image, without the slightest consciousness. Who am I? If you can pass the test, you are my master, and I will assist you in cultivating the inheritance left by my old master. The red-dressed girl rolled her eyes. You don't think that you alone, without any guidance, can cultivate the inheritance left by the old master, do you? So that's how it is. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. The red-dressed girl should be similar to a teacher role, prepared by the being who left behind the jade gourd for those who come after, to guide them on how to cultivate the inheritance within the jade gourd. How great was my old master! Even the foundational inheritance he left behind is as difficult to cultivate as ascending to the heavens, and without me by your side to give pointers, there's even less hope. The red-dressed girl stood with her chest puffed out, speaking proudly. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, this was the case. Many inheritances of human civilization also come with a vast array of guidance. To cultivate on one's own would make it difficult to achieve anything significant. It's good that you understand my importance. The red-dressed girl continued. These 3,333 runes represent 3,333 different cosmic structural laws. As for the use, the red-dressed girl said, it's to integrate them into your inner cosmos, to allow your inner cosmos to possess all the advantages of these 3,333 cosmic structural laws. The red-dressed girl explained. Inner cosmos. Lin Yuan also thought of this point. An inner cosmos of the same size and area, its quality is determined by the cosmic structure. The more perfect the cosmic structure, the more profound the foundation of the inner cosmos, which is the strongest foundation of a 12th-order life. Of course, each method of inner cosmic structure is incredibly complex, and the difficulty of fully comprehending them is imaginable. The cosmos is vast and limitless, and so are the methods of construction within it. This is precisely why the time limit given by the owner of the Jade Gourd is a cosmic era. If I can comprehend these 3,333 cosmic structural laws and then integrate them into my inner cosmos, what level will my inner cosmos reach? Lin Yuan suddenly had a thought and asked. Comprehend the 3,333 cosmic structural laws? The red-dressed girl blinked. You haven't even begun, and you're already thinking about what happens after comprehension? However, if you truly can do so, your inner cosmos will probably be close to the level of a normal Chaos Realm's inner cosmos, right? The red-dressed girl thought for a moment, then explained nonetheless. She too hoped that Lin Yuan could comprehend all the runes within a cosmic era, meaning she could also gain a certain degree of freedom without having to be trapped inside the Jade Gourd for long, endless cosmic eras. An inner cosmos close to a normal Chaos Realm? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. A universe within the body of a normal Chaos Venerable? It meant that Lin Yuan could withstand the surge of power during the cosmic catastrophe, and if that were true, he alone could carry most of human civilization through the cosmic disaster. For now, you should stop thinking too much and strive to comprehend all the runes within one cosmic era. The girl in red reminded him again. No problem. Saw the novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan nodded. Cosmic Starry Skies. Lin Yuan revealed his figure. A palace the size of a fist appeared before him. It was the ultimate defense palace activated by the Yu clan ultimate, at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. Inside, it suppressed dozens of 12-stage ultimates from this universe. The cosmic catastrophe is imminent, and there's no need to continue this stalemate with these 12-stage ultimates. Lin Yuan looked at the imposing palace. According to Lin Yuan's original plan, he intended to continue suppressing the dozens of ultimates inside the palace until he stepped into the Chaos Realm, reaching the level of a Chaos Great Saint. Then, resolve them all together. His home universe was still far from a normal cosmic catastrophe. With Lin Yuan's speed of cultivation, he was quite confident in becoming a Chaos Venerable before the arrival of the cosmic catastrophe, although not daring to claim he would become a Chaos Great Saint. But the fight between two Chaos Great Saints caused the cosmic catastrophe to arrive ahead of time. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan faced two choices regarding the dozens of 12-stage ultimates inside the palace. One was to continue ignoring them until the cosmic catastrophe came, then casually throw the palace into the depths of the universe, allowing the dozens of 12-stage ultimates to perish with the universe. But this choice seemed slightly wasteful. At the very least, the palace itself at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, as well as the many weapons, treasures, and rarities of the dozens of 12-stage ultimates inside, would be lost. Thus, the second choice emerged. Lin Yuan planned to release the dozens of 12-stage ultimates, providing that they surrender all their weapons, treasures, and rarities along with the treasury and the ultimate defense palace at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. This choice equated to maximizing benefits. As for any potential threats from the released 12-stage ultimates, with Lin Yuan's current strength, any avatar he casually condensed would possess the true might of the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. Thus, even if these 12-stage ultimates were released, they would only quiver in hiding in corners. Rustling. With a subtle thought from Lin Yuan, the seal on the palace in front of him slightly faded. Galaxy's mightiest, we are willing to surrender 90% of our weapons, treasures, and rarities, just to ask for your mercy in letting us out, one voice said. Yes, Galaxy's mightiest, as long as you release us, I am willing to submit to human civilization, another offered. Indeed, Galaxy's mightiest, we were wrong, a third admitted. From inside the palace, the pleas of dozens of 12-stage ultimates could be heard. They were truly scared, worried that Lin Yuan would wait for the cosmic catastrophe to come and throw the palace that suppressed all the 12-stage existences into the depths of the universe. In such a case, all the 12-stage beings would die. Who could withstand the successive rounds of destruction brought by the cosmic disaster? Want to get out? I can let you go, Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan looked toward the dozens of 12-stage inside the palace, who at this moment posed no threat to him whatsoever. If not for the universe's own suppression, even the palace's defense at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm could not withstand Lin Yuan's murderous intent. You can let us out? Upon hearing these words, all of the 12-stage ultimates were somewhat stupefied. But you have to hand over all the 12-stage weapons, treasures, and rarities, Lin Yuan stated. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing to. Inside the palace, many 12-stage ultimates agreed without a second thought, without any hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991. A test of a cosmic era you understood in 1 year? Subscribe requested. Handing over all 12-layer weapons, treasures, and rarities for the many ultimate beings of the 12th layer is a price too unbearable. The likelihood of surviving the cosmic cataclysm would drastically decrease. But without handing them over, there wouldn't even be a chance to endure the cosmic cataclysm. How to choose? The many ultimate beings of the 12th layer are naturally clear in their hearts. In fact, during the period of being suppressed in the palace, many of the 12th layer's ultimate beings were already very dissatisfied. If they had agreed to the Galaxy Master's terms initially, handed over 90% of the 12th layer weapons, treasures, and rarities, and submitted to human civilization, all would be well. Yet some of the 12th layer's ultimate beings were unwilling, wanting to revolt. Revolt? What would the result be? When faced with Lin Yuan's new conditions, not a single 12th layer's ultimate being dared to hesitate. Hand them over first. Lin Yuan spoke up. The novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this moment, the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings within the palace were nothing more than chicken ribs to Lin Yuan. The arrival of the cosmic cataclysm. If Lin Yuan continued to carry the palace and the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings with him, he would face the backlash and suppression of a vast majority of the cosmic origin source. It's equivalent to Lin Yuan helping the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings to withstand the cosmic cataclysm. Hand them over first? Inside the palace, the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings hesitated slightly. To hand over the treasures and rarities first, what if the galaxy's strongest beings back out later and don't let them go? I trust the galaxy's strongest beings. A 12th layer ultimate being from the Star Alliance thought for a moment and resolutely took out all the treasures and rarities. Now, they don't have the capital to negotiate with the galaxy's strongest beings. He even felt that being given the chance to be released by the galaxy's strongest beings was a grace. Out you go. Lin Yuan collected the treasures and rarities and immediately transported the ultimate being from the Star Alliance out. Thank you, galaxy's strongest being. The Star Alliance's ultimate being ecstatically said, thanking repeatedly before his figure disappeared instantly. In the palace, one by one, the the 12th layer ultimate beings, seeing this, immediately offered up all their treasures and rarities, and then they were transported out one by one. Remember, the universe now is the territory of human civilization, Lin Yuan rarely reminded. Rest assured, Galaxy's strongest being, we definitely will not violate the rules of human civilization, numerous 12th layer ultimate beings hastily said. Violate the rules? The Galaxy Master could suppress them once, and he could suppress them twice, 3 times. Watching one by one as the 12th layer ultimate beings disappeared, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. These 12th layer ultimate beings, having lost their weapons and treasures, the chance of surviving the cosmic cataclysm is probably only 20 to 30%. And even if they do survive, if they dare show any malice, Lin Yuan still has dozens of incarnations waiting outside the universe. Compared to inside the universe, those 12th layer ultimate beings are facing Lin Yuan, who is greatly suppressed by the cosmic origin source in every aspect. Outside the universe, even just one incarnation, the means deployed far exceed those inside the universe. That's when true despair sets in. These weapons, treasures, and rarities. Lin Yuan glanced at the items offered by the dozens of 12th-tier ultimate beings and slightly nodded. All the weapons, arms, treasures, and rare items together were worth close to 100,000 chaos stones, equivalent to the fortune of a normal sovereign realm powerhouse. At the Thousand Treasures convention on ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan had spent 30,000 chaos stones to buy that golden box. Now it seemed he had recouped his investment. Chaos Void. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. After the great annihilation of the universe, what the human civilization needed to do was to find a new homeland in the Chaos Void as quickly as possible, then establish and develop there. As for continuing to live in the internal universe, the internal universe cannot breed true powerhouses, no matter from the origin source. The internal universe is far inferior to the real cosmic starry skies, let alone the Chaos Void. Up to now, any 12th-tier life in the universe, whether special life or clan life, all originated from within the universe. As for the internal universe, its limit has been directly defined. With the current foundation of human civilization, it should be no problem to buy a piece of continental fragment next to ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The new homeland of human civilization naturally emphasizes safety, and the nearby large area is naturally the safest around ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The volume of ancient Ming Chaos Continent is equivalent to tens of universes, and naturally, there are some continental fragments surrounding it. Equivalent to a part of ancient Ming Chaos Continent, even if ancient Ming Chaos Continent moves and sets sail, it will carry the surrounding fragments with it. Virtual world. Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong, the couple, were full of worries. Lin Yi also stood obediently to the side. Xiaoyuan, what exactly is going on now? Why have many citizens of Kanglan Star started to migrate? Lu Qiong asked in a low voice. Yes, migrate? To where? Lin Shouqing couldn't help asking. According to the plan devised by Xianyuan Supreme and the other 9 Supremes, only about 1% of all citizens of the human civilization would be able to be moved into the internal universe. And Kanglan Star, because of Lin Yuan, all citizens of Kanglan Star were able to obtain migration rights. Moving to another universe. Lin Yuan simply said. In order to prevent the citizens from reacting too violently, Xianyuan Supreme along with other 9 Supremes had not disclosed the reason for the migration. After all, the great annihilation of the universe was truly unimaginable. Why move to another universe? Lu Qiong was still puzzled. Don't talk about this matter externally. Lin Yuan looked at his parents. Under his protection, his parents would definitely survive safely. Not only his parents, relatives, but even the entire Kanglan Star, Chikuan Star domain, had their fierce competition reduced or even avoided under Lin Yuan's influence. This universe is about to be destroyed. Lin Yuan said. The universe is about to be destroyed? Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong were a bit baffled. In their eyes, the universe was vast and endless. Even if it had a day of destruction, it seemed incredibly distant. Due to external influences on the universe, I will send you into my universe in a while, where life on Kanglan Star won't be much different. Lin Yuan said. His internal universe currently has almost reached 8 million light-years in radius. For the vast majority of citizens of human civilization, 8 million light-years and the complete cosmic starry skies wouldn't make much difference. Brother, the universe is being destroyed. Can even you not prevent it? Lin Yi quietly said from the side. She had previously obtained some information about the demise of the universe from the Xia family. Hearing Lin Yuan personally pronounce it, although shocked, she quickly recovered. Unable to stop. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, shaking his head as he spoke. Now, he seemed too insignificant before the two Chaos Great Saints. Not only him, but Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint, having battled all this way, countless cosmos collapsed and perished prematurely because of it. Xianhuang's secret realm. Inside the Jade Gourd. Lin Yuan looked serious, reaching for a rune and carefully examining it in front of him. Originally, facing the massive destruction of the universe, 99% of human civilization was doomed to die, but these 3,333 runes gave Lin Yuan hope. Merging all the runes' cosmic structural advantages, it could not only allow more human citizens to survive, but it also had an unimaginable boosting effect on Lin Yuan's strength. Peak of path-splitting realm, possessing a universe within the body close to Chaos Realm? What does that imply? Not to mention being comparable to Chaos Venerables, at the very least it must be an invincible presence in the Master Realm, right? Cosmic structure. Lin Yuan immersed his entire mind into it. At that moment, he no longer perceived the rules, even putting aside the complete refining of Martial Tao's control chapter, focusing all his efforts on understanding the complex runes before him. Your comprehension defies nature, observing the mystical runes, significantly enhancing your understanding of the cosmic structure. New insights continuously burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind. A complete model of cosmic structure emerged within his mind. Quickly refined, swiftly formed. Not far away, a girl in red was lying bored next to a giant rock, legs crossed, glancing at Lin Yuan. So boring, I really want to talk to someone. The girl in red felt troubled, as she truly wished Lin Yuan could spare time from interpreting runes to chat with her. But she also knew that would hinder the progress of comprehension. Interpreting these 3,333 runes within a cosmic era is undeniably arduous. Just endure it. Better not to disturb him. After some inner conflict, the girl in red decided against seeking Lin Yuan for a chat. What if she caused Lin Yuan to fail, continuing to be trapped in this place for endless years? The first rune is the simplest of all. Normally speaking, it would take about 10 million years to interpret it. The girl in red looked at Lin Yuan and the floating rune in front of him, thinking to herself. However, the next moment, under the gaze of the girl in red, the rune in front of Lin Yuan slowly dissipated. Huh! The girl in red was stunned. The rune dissolved? These runes left by her old master could only dissolve when fully comprehended. Fully comprehended? Did Lin Yuan comprehend the first rune? The girl in red suddenly realized it, her expression incredulous. How long has it been? He figured out the first rune already? The girl in red found it hard to believe. It must be a coincidence. Perhaps the universe of his homeland has a similar cosmic structure. Thinking quickly, although the 3,333 runes were created by the owner of the Jade Gourd, among the countless universes bred in the Chaos Void, it's inevitable that similar structured universes exist. If Lin Yuan happened to be born in such a universe, quickly comprehending the first rune could be somewhat explained. The girl in red continued to watch Lin Yuan. An hour later, the second rune disappeared. The girl in red fell silent. Could it be Lin Yuan's luck was so good, encountering two similar universe-structured runes? 2 hours later, the third rune disappeared. 5 hours later, the fourth rune disappeared. 1 day later, the 58th rune disappeared. 1 month later, the 362nd rune disappeared. Half a year later, the 2000th rune disappeared. 1 year later, the 3300th rune disappeared. Since Lin Yuan quickly comprehended the first rune, the girl in red had shifted from leaning against a giant rock to sitting and then standing, watching him with utmost seriousness. She watched as each rune quickly disappeared. Initially scattered throughout the heavens and earth, thousands of runes were now almost all gone. Only a few dozen lonely runes were left floating around. 1 year. The girl in red calculated the time. Given Lin Yuan's efficiency in comprehending runes, the remaining few dozen might not take much longer. That means, the original standard set by the Jade Gourd's master was a cosmic era, but Lin Yuan cracked it in just 1 year? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992 Refining the Jade Gourd. Subscribe please, sigh. Lin Yuan gently closed his eyes as the last symbol runes slowly dissipated. At this moment, the universe inside the Jade Gourd was utterly empty. Not a single symbol rune floated any longer. 3,333 types of internal universe structures. In Lin Yuan's mind, many details of the symbol runes emerged. He had now thoroughly comprehended all the runes. No wonder one needs to comprehend all 3,333 symbol runes to pass the test. Lin Yuan pondered with a thought. The 3,333 symbol runes represented the same number of universe construction methods. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In fact, after fully understanding them, Lin Yuan faintly realized that these methods of universe construction complemented and fitted together perfectly. The universe that could ultimately be constructed would reach some unimaginably high degree. This is the foundation, the Real Foundation. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. An internal universe within the path-splitting realm, nearly on par with that of a Chaos Venerable, whose foundation could compare. This is too incredible. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. With his against heaven's understanding, he had only barely managed to decipher the mysteries within the runes after spending a great deal of mental effort and energy. But if it were like the being that created the Jade Gourd, able to concoct these methods of universe construction out of thin air, at least for now, Lin Yuan saw no hope in managing to do so, not with more time or any possibility of completion. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Yuan's life level had not reached that height. It was his realm that limited his against heaven's understanding. Is this a Tier 13 temporal life form? Lin Yuan mused internally. Although various messages conveyed by the Jade Gourd and the words revealed by the girl in red never mentioned the creator's level of power, Lin Yuan was very certain that the creator of the Jade Gourd was not something even a supreme chaos great saint could compare with. A Tier 13 temporal life form could already see through many timelines, know parts of the past, present, and future. Their vision was fundamentally different from other life forms. While Lin Yuan was still immersed in the many runes he had just comprehended, the girl in red appeared before him in an instant. Have you contemplated these symbol runes before? The girl in red could not help but ask. The symbol runes within the Jade Gourd were left by its creator, and logically, there should be no leaks whatsoever. At most, 1 or 2 symbol runes might resemble those born naturally from the Chaos Void. But 1 or 2 resemblances might accelerate understanding. Could all the runes be similar? That's why the girl in red asked. Compared to the leakage of symbol imprints, Lin Yuan spending just a year to thoroughly understand what the founder of the Jade Gourd had left behind for an entire cosmic era seemed more plausible. The girl in red still felt the possibility of rune leakage was higher? Encountered these runes before? Lin Yuan was slightly startled, then immediately shook his head and said, "No, this is also my first time seeing these runes. They're too amazing." Lin Yuan spoke with admiration. Only after understanding these runes did he realize how difficult it was to create them and what level of essence the universe must attain. "You are quite amazing too," the girl in red said after a moment of silence. The creator of the Jade Gourd was amazing because it was a great temporal life form that could see through the past and future, knowing the birth to the destruction of countless universes, thus able to forge so many universe construction methods. But Lin Yuan? The girl in red did not know Lin Yuan's exact strength or realm, but she was very sure he was not of the 13th tier, not even of the Chaos realm. Such a youngster in just 1 year had comprehended all the runes, causing the girl in red's understanding to nearly collapse. What should I do now? Lin Yuan inquired. Now that he had comprehended all the symbols, what was he supposed to do next? Since you've already comprehended all the runes, you naturally can go ahead and refine the jade gourd, said the girl in red. Although it was unbelievably quick for Lin Yuan to comprehend the runes, comprehension was comprehension, meeting the standard to refine the jade gourd. And after refining the jade gourd, he would be able to acquire the complete foundational inheritance within. This inheritance, once cultivated to the extreme, would make one's foundation incredibly profound. Absorbing 7 colors of liquid would cause the internal universe to expand to 23 times its original size. So, after cultivating this foundational inheritance, how much more vast would one's internal universe be compared to others at the same level of life? Refine the jade gourd? Lin Yuan tried to extend the power of his internal universe into the jade gourd. But he found that he could not touch the origin source of the jade gourd at all. With the current power of your internal universe, you naturally cannot refine the jade gourd, said the girl in red, noticing Lin Yuan's attempt at refinement, and immediately spoke. You must integrate all 3,333 symbol runes with the universe construction methods they contain into your own internal universe before you can refine the jade gourd. Only after integrating the internal universe construction within all the runes would the internal universe undergo a fundamental transformation. Only then would he have the foundation to refine the jade gourd. Don't worry, there's no time limit, you can take it slow, the girl in red explained. According to the standards left by the creator of the jade gourd, understanding the runes must be confined within a single cosmic era, while integrating all symbol runes into one's own internal universe had no such restrictions. Be it 1 cosmic era or 10, all was fine. Even though you have not yet refined the jade gourd, you can still manage to control some of its functions and can send me into your internal universe to guide you on how to integrate the universe construction faster and better, the girl in red immediately said. The construction of the universe is incredibly vast and complicated. A slight alteration could potentially set off a domino effect, causing the entire universe to begin collapsing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993 Refining the Jade Gourd. Subscribe please. _2 However, after fully understanding all runes, Lin Yuan is essentially finding a fixed template. As long as he alters according to the rune structures, no accidents will occur. Of course, receiving guidance would certainly be faster. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. He indeed had no particular wariness towards the red-clothed girl toddler. If the creator of the jade gourd truly bore any killing intent towards him, there was no need for such complications. A mere thought could suppress Lin Yuan. Even a universe birthed from the chaos void cannot withstand it. Yet now, even beings of the time-life level in the 13th layer could not completely annihilate him. Because he has an avatar in the Yuan world, and upon entering the 12th layer, more functionalities of the Myriad Realms Gate were unearthed. Descending to the Yuan world consumed nearly half of Lin Yuan's true spirit consciousness, which is equivalent to another great avatar. Even if the original body in Chaos Void perishes, it would not affect the avatar in the Yuan world. With the means of the 13th layer time-life level, one could effortlessly annihilate all of Lin Yuan's original body and primordial spirit avatars in this Chaos Void. But in the Yuan world? The Yuan world and Chaos Void exist in different dimensions, and even for beings of the 13th layer time-life level, it is challenging to cross over. Beings at this level are only in the exploratory stage concerning other dimensional spaces. Lin Yuan can descend easily to the Yuan world by leveraging the power of the Myriad Realms Gate. Without the Myriad Realms Gate, invading other dimensions would face unimaginable resistance, and even the 13th layer time-life entities would be helpless against it. Russell? Lin Yuan barely managed to control the jade gourd and let the red-clothed girl toddler enter his internal universe. The moment the red-clothed girl toddler left the jade gourd and sensed the external atmosphere, a look of relief appeared on her face. She didn't know how long it had been since she last felt the true fluctuations emitted by the chaos void. To the red-clothed girl toddler, these fluctuations were an unparalleled indulgence. The life level is only at the path-splitting realm? Suddenly, the red-clothed girl toddler sensed Lin Yuan's life aura, and as the spirit of the Jade Gourd, her perception even exceeded some chaos great saints. Path-splitting realm? The red-clothed girl toddler fell into silence again. The path-splitting realm, and he figured out all the runes? And it only took him 1 year? The next moment, the red-clothed girl toddler entered Lin Yuan's internal universe. Nearly 8 million light-years? The red-clothed girl toddler was slightly surprised. However, thinking about the time Lin Yuan took to comprehend all the runes, she quickly became calm again. An internal universe of the path-splitting realm reaching 8 million light-years is incredibly rare. Even with the foundation laid by the Jade Gourd's 7 types of divine liquids, a substantial base is needed. But the chaos void is vast and endless. Many extraordinary life forms with time bloodlines naturally harbored immensely vast internal universes at birth. It's not impossible for a path-splitting realm to have an internal universe close to 8 million light-years. Compared to the size of the internal universe, what shocked the red-clothed girl toddler the most was Lin Yuan's comprehension ability. Comprehending all runes in 1 year was something not even those extraordinary lives with rich time bloodlines could achieve. Let me take a look. The red-clothed girl toddler glanced around, and after closing her eyes and feeling around for a bit, she pointed at a location and said, "Start from there." Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He immediately began to control that area, rebuilding it using the template of the first rune internal universe, and started to piece it together. A faint tremor spread throughout the internal universe, and Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, stopping his actions. "How is it? Do you feel like your internal universe is about to collapse?" The red-clothed girl toddler said with a smile. "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "That's normal. Altering the universe's structure impacts the entire universe." The red-clothed girl toddler said with a smile. "Any changes to the universe's structure will cause a similar sensation. However, others altering the universe's structure run the risk of their internal universe's complete collapse, but you needn't worry about that." The red-clothed girl toddler said. After fully understanding all runes, altering the universe's structure for Lin Yuan is as simple as taking an open book exam. Lin Yuan quietly listened by her side. "I continue." Lin Yuan once again became immersed in the task of altering the structure of the universe within his body. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, attempting to change the fundamental structure of the universe, enhancing your comprehension of the universe's essence, and accelerating the modification of the universe's fundamental structure. At first, Lin Yuan's pace of altering the universe was quite slow. After all, he had to be extremely careful, as even with the standard answers in hand, one must proceed with caution. But as the modifications deepened, Lin Yuan quickly became proficient, and the speed of change also soared. This monster, the little girl in red watched from the side. Initially, she could offer some suggestions, such as guiding Lin Yuan where and in which direction to alter, but gradually, the little girl in red found she was unable to give any more advice. Even the means Lin Yuan used to change the fundamental structure of the universe were more exquisite than what she knew. Each universe is different, and the little girl in red mastered only the general direction of the fundamental changes in the universe's structure. She naturally couldn't compare to Lin Yuan in understanding this particular inner universe. CTH Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The source world, Qingfen Domain U Family. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his breath deeply concealed. Shifting to martial Tao is going quite smoothly. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The original Yu Yen was equivalent to the 8th or 9th layer of the Chaos Void, with an immense amount of Yuan energy contained within his body. As Lin Yuan recultivated martial Tao, he naturally didn't waste this Yuan energy, transforming it all into nourishment for martial Tao refinement. Fierce sun ancient country. Lin Yuan once again looked up at the eternal sun that spanned the sky, and then a practice method emerged in his mind. Fierce sun god nurturing method. Through a specific method, condensing a seed of the fierce sun within the body. The seed of the fierce sun had many uses, reinforcing the physical body, guarding the soul and the spirit, etc. Every creature in the fierce sun ancient country from birth was bestowed with this fierce sun god nurturing method to forge their foundation. This fierce sun god nurturing method is said to come from the ancestor of fierce sun, and spreading it to every creature within the ancient country was also the will of that ancestor. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the fierce sun god nurturing method progresses from easy to difficult. It is easy to condense a single seed of the fierce sun, but to condense 10 seeds is extremely difficult. To condense 100 seeds? That is something only a 12th layer Self-Tao realm powerhouse can accomplish. In this world, the Self-Tao realm is referred to as the path-splitting realm, and the general idea is much the same, to carve out one's own path. I can start by practicing it a bit to see if I can integrate it with martial Tao. Lin Yuan contemplated to himself. As for the true main body in the chaos void, he is still waiting for the results of his cultivation. The fierce sun god nurturing method originates from the ancestor of fierce Sunday. It's unclear if there are hidden dangers, but cultivating with this body, the worst outcome is just giving up this descent. It's completely within Lin Yuan's tolerance. It will not affect the true main body in the chaos void. The original body spent hundreds of years to condense only 9 seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan thought to himself, a member of the Dongyang clan, Dongyang Meng, also managed to condense 9 seeds of the fierce sun, which was why she and the original were honored as the last candidates likely to enter the service of Lord Qingfen. Unfortunately, those 9 seeds of the fierce sun were destroyed due to the Dongyang family's assassination attempt, 3 of which shattered, and then when I shifted to martial Tao, the remaining 6 also disintegrated. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The fierce sun god nurturing method is neither a legacy nor a Tao but rather like a method that assists in cultivation, increasing certain foundational qualities by condensing seeds of the fierce sun within the body. The more seeds of the fierce sun one has, the greater the corresponding benefits one receives. As for what those benefits are, the original body was not clear, only feeling that with each additional seed of the fierce sun condensed, the speed of his cultivation increased slightly. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, his martial Tao strength was recovering quickly, and without needing much effort, he decided it was worthwhile to give the fierce sun god nurturing method a try. Between heaven and earth, threads of scorching breath flowed into Lin Yuan's body, beginning to condense slowly. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method, and forming the first seed of the fierce sun. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method, and forming the third seed of the fierce sun. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method, and forming the fifth seed of the fierce sun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 994 Fierce Sun Conceals the Divine. Please subscribe. Just a little over half a day had passed. Lin Yuan had already condensed 9 seeds of the fierce sun. He returned to the level his original body reached after hundreds of years of effort. No significant change. Lin Yuan observed the 9 seeds of the fierce sun inside his body. It should be because I originally had already condensed 9 seeds of the fierce sun. Even though the seeds of the fierce sun collapsed later, my realm was still there, so even now that I have recovered the 9 seeds, there is no significant change. Lin Yuan pondered quietly. Then let's start condensing the 10th seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan continued his cultivation. The difference between 9 and 10 seeds of the fierce sun might be just 1 seed, but it is a chasm apart. The difficulty is extremely high. The original body didn't know how long it was trapped at 9 seeds of the fierce sun and had struggled to condense the 10th one. The first, 10th, and 100th seeds of the fierce sun are the hardest to form 2 hours later. The 10th seed of the fierce sun slowly took shape. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. The 10 seeds of the fierce sun slowly rotated within his body, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth, causing waves of dense cosmic rule fluctuations to surge. Rule fluctuations of the Feng Yuan world. naturally different from those described in the chaos void. It shook Lin Yuan profoundly. The rule fluctuations were 10 times denser, almost causing him to break into an epiphany. So this is the purpose of the seeds of the fierce sun? Lin Yuan calmed himself, feeling somewhat astonished. Enhancing the perceptiveness to such fluctuations? Such an effect, even if not equal to directly enhancing understanding, is extremely terrifying. Understanding affects all aspects. For example, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding doesn't just far surpass other beings in sensing rules but has incredible effects on all matters, such as learning ability, creative ability, and the like. Despite that, the ability to directly enhance the perceptiveness to rule fluctuations is extremely rare. In the main universe, certain special beings naturally have stronger perception of certain rules than other beings, but this is an innate ability. It's a talent. Some treasures and spiritual medicines can enhance the perception of certain rules, but they also have time limits, and these treasures are exceptionally precious. As for treasures that permanently enhance the perception of certain rules, they do exist, but they are coveted fiercely by the Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints. And now, within the Fierce Sun ancient country, any being can cultivate the Fierce Sun God-nurturing method, which also has a similar effect. And with 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun, the amplitude of rule fluctuations increased tenfold. What about 20 seeds? 30 seeds? The seeds of the Fierce Sun, with this heaven and earth, with this Fang Yuan world? Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn. The 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun floated within his body, subtly communicating with the heaven and earth around him, making Lin Yuan the favorite child in the operation of rules. So it brought about such an extent of rule perception enhancement. With the support of 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun, I can reach the pinnacle of the 7th realm of Tianshi within 1,000 years at most. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, he would have needed at least tens of thousands of years to reach the pinnacle of the 7th realm. Of course, tens of thousands of years is already incredibly short. For those at the 12th path-splitting realm or master realm, a nap might span tens of thousands of years, and it might take several cosmic eras to progress from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the 7th realm. No matter, even if the Fierce Sun God-nurturing method has hidden risks, the enhancement in rule perception is real. It'll continue to condense seeds of the Fierce Sun. If it comes to it, it'll just abandon this physical body. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Even the most ordinary people, once they have condensed 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun, could become geniuses in understanding rules. Not to mention someone like Lin Yuan who possesses against heaven's understanding. Combined, their effect far exceeds a simple sum. As Lin Yuan was about to continue cultivating and condense more seeds of the Fierce Sun, suddenly, his expression changed. He looked toward the entrance of his cave dwelling. "Yen, how are you now?" A male voice came. It was Yu Chaolong, the original Buddha's father and the patriarch of Yu family. Yu Chaolong, with the level 11 perfect strength, had long since bought his suitable pathway from Fierce Sun ancient country and could step into the Self-Dao realm at any moment. "I'm okay." Lin Yuan stood up, opened the door of the cave dwelling, seeing his father Yu Chaolong and mother both outside, their faces full of worry. "That's good." Yu Chaolong observed Lin Yuan's expression, slightly relieved, then angrily said, "That little girl from the Yu family is really malicious, to do such a thing just to become a disciple of Lord Qingfen." "Yes." The mother glanced at Lin Yuan. The relationship between the original body and the dream of Dongyang was unknown to other family members. Not even Yu Chaolong was aware, but the mother was very clear. "It's all in the past now." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. All the experiences of the original body stemmed from the Dongyang clan, stemmed from the dream of Dongyang. But Lin Yuan did not care much. At most he would wait until his strength was sufficient, then he could crush the entire Dongyang clan under his foot. "I have already told your grandfather about this matter. He will surely take charge for you," his mother Yuqi Ling said. The Yuqi clan, being a top-tier clan in the Qingfen domain, still wielded significant influence despite its decline. The Dongyang clan's assassination attempt on Lin Yuan, out of their desperation to achieve their goals. If this news reached Lord Qingfen, he might just disqualify the Dongyang clan's entry right away. This was, so far, the only thing the Yu family could do. The invasion of the Black Drop power by the Dongyang clan left Lin Yuan's seed of fierce sun shattered. Several of them, plus internal injuries, made it impossible for him to condense new seeds of the fierce sun for tens of years. In this situation, he no longer qualified to enter the service under Lord Qingfen. Even if Lord Qingfen despised the Dongyang clan's actions and cancelled their nomination, he would not accept Lin Yuan, as it had already been decided. Let us handle the matter with the Dongyang clan. Son, you just focus on healing, his father Yu Chaolong spoke. With the Dongyang clan having lost the Yu family as a competitor, they ultimately still hadn't become a top-tier clan, so the Yu family would naturally take this opportunity to strike. Actually, there is no need to fight against the Dongyang clan. Lin Yuan thought for a while and then spoke. The Yu family and the Dongyang clan were both second-tier clans, with similar strengths. Battling the Dongyang clan would be akin to mutual destruction. In Lin Yuan's view, this was totally unnecessary. With his growth rate, he would soon reach far beyond the heights of the Dongyang clan. By that time, dealing with the Dongyang clan would just be a thought away. Although Lin Yuan was only incarnated here, having received Yu Yan's memories, he still had some bias towards the Yu family and certainly did not wish to see the Yu clan members die meaninglessly. Not fight with the Dongyang clan? After what they did to you, my son, I will not let them off. His father Yu Chaolong narrowed his eyes. I have already spoken to several of our ancestors about this. The Dongyang clan will certainly pay the price. Ia the Novfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing this, Lin Yuan did not continue trying to dissuade him. How could he say that it wouldn't be long before he grew strong enough to crush the Dongyang clan? Such a notion, to his father Yu Chaolong, would seem like a fool's dream. The Yu family had been on par with the Dongyang clan for countless millennia, by the power of just Lin Yuan alone? I need some cultivation resources, Lin Yuan said. Cultivating in martial Tao required vast amounts of resources, and by relying on the Yu family's channels, Lin Yuan wouldn't need to gather them himself in the early stages. As for the middle and late stages, once his strength recovered to a certain level, having self-protective power, just showing a slight hint would naturally bring in a flood of resources. These resources, no problem. His father Yu Chaolong, eyes showing a trace of surprise, finally nodded and said, Then we should leave now. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me, Yu Chaolong said, then left with Yu Qiling watching the two disappear. Lin Yuan continued to condense the seeds of the fierce sun. You're against heaven's understanding, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method has condensed the 20th seed of the fierce sun. You're against heaven's understanding, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method has condensed the 30th seed of the fierce sun, outside the cave dwelling. Yu Chaolong and Yu Qiling sat facing each other. Are you the Yu Qi family really confident about bringing this matter to Lord Qingfen? Yu Chaolong asked. The Yu Qi family had ultimately declined, otherwise Yu Chaolong would not have been able to marry a direct descendant from a top-tier family. We are sure we can bring it up, even if Lord Qingfen doesn't know, someone under his command will, but knowing it, they probably won't do much to the Dongyang clan. Yu Qiling shook her head. For the high and mighty Lord Qingfen, he only cares about results, and what's the harm in eliminating a competitor? Then you earlier, Yu Chaolong blinked. Wasn't I just comforting our son? Yu Qiling glanced at Yu Chaolong. I see, Yu Chaolong nodded. It's a pity, the last condensed seeds of the fierce sun amounted to just 9. If he could condense the 10th, there would be no need to compete with the Dongyang clan. He could directly enter under Lord Qingfen's command. Yu Qiling sighed. The difference between 9 seeds of the fierce sun and 10 is profound. Being able to condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun before the age of 500, even the high and mighty Lord Qingfen would take another look. Such a talent, if he were killed in an assassination, Lord Qingfen would inquire and punish the family power behind it. Simply put, if Yu Yan's condensed seeds of the fierce sun reached 10, even if he walked openly into the Dongyang family, he would still come out unscathed. Yu still needs some more time to be comforted, Yu Chaolong thought, influenced by the black drop, several seeds of the fierce sun shattered, plus injuries that meant he could not condense new seeds of the fierce sun for decades. In Yu Chaolong's view, Lin Yuan's future potential was likely greatly diminished. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? When was the last time such a genius was born in our Qingfen domain? Yu Qiling shook her head. The initial rise of the Yuqi family was because they birthed a genius who, under 500, condensed 10 seeds of the fierce sun. Let's not talk about this anymore. Even if Yen can't condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun, he is still our son, Yu Chaolong said. Time passed. Months went by in the blink of an eye. Your against heaven's understanding, cultivating the fierce sun god-nurturing method, has condensed the 3,689th seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan leisurely opened his eyes, countless rounds of the fierce sun fluctuating within his pupils. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 995. The 3,700th seed of the fierce sun. Deep within Lin Yuan's body, another seed of the fierce sun condensed, corresponding with the previous 3,699 seeds. The rules of the universe fluctuated around him, surging like a tidal wave. It's too exaggerated. Lin Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Even a pig, under such surging rule fluctuations, might have the chance to comprehend the six-fold realm of spacetime. And with a complete path, it could even strive for the ultimate level 12. What about Lin Yuan then? Spacetime. Among the myriad rule fluctuations, Lin Yuan prioritized the spatiotemporal fusion rule, but what about the chaos rule? The chaos rule itself is born from countless rules, and enhancing it requires deeper comprehension of many rules. The function of the seeds of the fierce sun isn't just as simple as enhancing rule comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself, his expression slightly serious. When 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun had condensed, all the seeds in his body seemed to form a cycle, causing Lin Yuan's flesh to undergo a certain transformation. This transformation was not merely about strengthening, but was more oriented towards a transformation of the rules. 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun mark a significant boundary. Lin Yuan concluded, well aware that most beings in the Qingfen domain knew about the thresholds of the seeds of the fierce sun, separated into 1 seed, 10 seeds, 100 seeds. Whether it was 10 or 100 or even 1,000, the enhancement was only in the amplitude of rule comprehension. But 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun transformed Lin Yuan's physical body towards the ultimate direction of the rules. Lin Yuan did not know the end point of this transformation, but he was certain it wasn't anything bad. Putting aside the physical transformation, my current comprehension of the spatiotemporal fusion rule has reached the peak of the 7th realm, and it would take at most 1 year to advance. Lin Yuan thought to himself, originally, without the help of the seeds of the fierce sun, it would have taken tens of thousands of years to reach the peak of the 7th realm. After condensing 10 seeds, it could be achieved within 1,000 years. But with the support of 3,700 seeds of the fierce sun, Lin Yuan was certain that he could reach the peak of the 7th realm of space-time within a year. See Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Perhaps even the 8th realm of space-time could be reached in a short time. However, condensing new seeds of the fierce sun now seems much more difficult than when I started, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Starting from the 3,334th seed of the fierce sun, the difficulty of condensing each seed massively increased. Whereas Lin Yuan could condense a seed of the fierce sun between breaths, now he needed 10 breaths, or even 100, to do so. The next significant threshold for the seeds of the fierce sun should be 33,333 seeds. I wonder what capabilities it will bring. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. From the current situation, 3,333 seeds could form a minor cycle, and 33,333 seeds could form a major cycle. The condensation of the seeds of the fierce sun mainly tests comprehension. Each seed is incredibly complex, and one must fully understand it before condensing it. However, the fierce sun god nurturing method can only be practiced in this original world. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even his incarnation in the chaos void had tried to condense the seeds of the fierce sun. But the result was unsurprisingly a failure. It wasn't really a failure, as the seeds of the fierce sun were eventually condensed, but they were significantly different from the seeds he was currently condensing, and they also lacked the effect of enhancing rule comprehension. Is it because of the ancestor of the fierce sun? Or that eternal fierce sun? Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, at the eternal fierce sun radiating endless light and heat, his thoughts fluctuating. This original world's fierce sun is not a star in the cosmic starry skies. They are completely different concepts. The eternal fierce sun in the sky has almost become regulated, omnipresent, and unstoppable. Let's first condense more seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. These past few months, he had been recultivating martial Tao and condensing seeds of the fierce sun, while also perceiving the unique rule fluctuations of this Feng Yuan world. The rule fluctuations of this Feng Yuan world are different from the chaos void. Reintegrating martial Tao needed some consideration, but it wasn't a big problem. Main universe. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan is sitting cross-legged. The universe within his body, after over 100 years of adjustments, has undergone earth-shattering changes. In the Feng Yuan world, several months have passed, but for the main universe, it has been over 100 years. The universe inside his body. Vast, spanning over millions of light years. The current universe inside his body, every inch of space bears extreme space-time pressure. In the main universe, Level 11 beings who have comprehended the rule of time can freely manipulate the speed of time flow, achieving the scenario where thousands of years pass by in the outside world, but only a moment passes for them. It's akin to an alternative method of extending life. But now, forget about Level 11 beings who have comprehended the rule of time, even those whose spatiotemporal fusion rule has reached the fifth realm of Level 11 perfect, their influence of the time flow is much less, only able to control up to several dozens of times the speed. The same applies to space. Level 9 evolvers in the main universe can easily occupy tens of thousands, or even millions, of spatial layers. But here, it is not so easy. Level 9 beings are also known as multispatial life, yet the number of spatial layers they can occupy in this internal universe has been greatly reduced. Simply put, the current spacetime in Lin Yuan's inner universe is extremely precise and even somewhat harsh. My current inner universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996 Arrival of the Qing Envoy. Subscribe request, _2 Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation carefully observed. Before beginning the reconstruction of his inner universe, Lin Yuan's inner universe had already expanded to nearly 8 million light-years. Compared to its current breadth of 10 million light-years, the increase wasn't dramatic, merely 2 or 3 times larger. Yet in reality, Lin Yuan's current inner universe had grown incomparably stronger, both in foundational essence and qualitative attributes, by hundreds or even thousands of times. The difference between Lin Yuan's 10 million light-year inner universe and an ordinary one of similar scale was akin to comparing tofu to diamond, fragile versus unyielding. This is just the beginning. Once you completely refine the jade gourd and grasp even the introductory portion of the legacy left by its former master, your inner universe will undergo another transformation. At that point, it will stand shoulder to shoulder with the inner universes of those at the Chaos Realm. Nearby, the red-clad child leaned back with crossed legs, unable to suppress her comment. To rival the inner universes of those at the Chaos Realm, merely at the introductory stage? Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. According to the red-clad child, once he fused every rune containing the universe's constructs into his inner universe, it would approach the level of a Chaos Realm inner universe. But now she claimed he could match those inner universes simply by entering the introductory stage? That level belonged to Chaos Venerables. An overwhelming universe comparable to the innate universe birthed by the Chaos Void itself. The greatness of the old master far exceeds your imagination. The red-clad child, feeling smug, finally regained a shred of her confidence. For the past century, Lin Yuan's efficiency in reconstructing his inner universe had caused the red-clad child to doubt herself, even questioning if she, the spirit of Jade Gourd, was redundant. The creator of the Jade Gourd had left a cosmic era limit for comprehending its runes but set no specific standards for the reconstruction process. This was because modifying the inner universe was incredibly time-consuming. However, Lin Yuan? He had accomplished over 90% of the reconstruction in merely a century. How many lives can I protect from the cosmic apocalypse with what I have now? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. Over these years, during casual chats with the red-clad child, the impending fate of this universe had been discussed. The impending clash between two chaos great saints that would prematurely usher in cosmic destruction. 80 to 90%, perhaps. The red-clad child lazily replied, if you master even the introductory portion of the legacy left by the old master, you can completely disregard the backlash of this universe. As many lives as you want to save, you'll be able to take them away. If his inner universe reached parity with a Chaos Venerable's inner universe, it would be equivalent to the main universe itself. Even the most intense backlash from this universe could either be ignored outright or fended off entirely. Understood. Lin Yuan's spirit slightly sharpened as he resumed reconstructing the inner universe. Origin world. Qingfen domain. Dongyang family. Dongyang Meng sat cross-legged, attempting to condense her 10th seed of the fierce sun within her body. This was not her first attempt. Each prior attempt had ended in failure. 10 seeds of the fierce sun would grant her direct admittance under Lord Qingfen's tutelage without needing to face any competition. Despite the Dongyang family's scheming, which eliminated the rival Yu Yen of the Yu family, apprenticeship under Lord Qingfen with 9 seeds of the fierce sun wasn't remotely comparable to doing so with 10. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Beads of sweat streamed down Dongyang Meng's pale forehead. The pressure of condensing the 10th seed of the fierce sun was formidable. Who knew how long had passed? Threads of scorching energy trickled from every direction into Dongyang Meng's body. The 10th seed of the fierce sun slowly took shape, finally stabilizing. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? I finally condensed it? Dongyang Meng felt dazed. She had lost count of how many times she had tried to condense the 10th seed, but this time, it had happened? A surge of unprecedented joy filled Dongyang Meng's heart. To condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun before 500 years of age meant unimaginable honor and status, the foundation to build a top-tier family from the ground up. Before long, news of Dongyang Meng's success reached the ears of the Dongyang clan leader. What? Menger condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Dongyang clan leader was incredulous. Over the years, he too had yearned for a clan member to achieve this milestone. But it had always remained a distant dream. There had been a handful of disciples from the Dongyang family who'd managed to condense 9 seeds of the fierce sun before age 500, but 10? Not a single one. The jump from 9 seeds to 10 was a fundamental transformation, the difficulty beyond comparison. Good. The Dongyang clan leader was elated. He quickly found Dongyang Meng and, upon repeated confirmation, brought her before several Self-Dao realm elders of the Dongyang family. Although the seeds of the fierce sun resided within one's body, they couldn't be perceived by outsiders. Only specific methods granted by the fierce sun ancient country could definitively verify their presence. Thus, the Dongyang clan leader had no choice but to rely on Dongyang Meng's verbal confirmation. As for verification, the Dongyang family didn't possess that capability. Condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Dongyang family's Self-Dao realm elders were ecstatic. Menger, you are the pride of our clan. You must keep this matter absolutely hidden. If the Qin envoy arrives, everything will be laid bare. The Dongyang family's elders spoke seriously. This was no trifling matter. Elder, I have indeed condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun. Dongyang Meng affirmed with certainty. The 10 seeds of the fierce sun floated within her, providing her with overwhelming rules perception, a sensation she couldn't possibly fake. The difference between 10 and 9 seeds of the fierce sun was as vast as that between 9 and 1. That's good. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Dongyang family elder's face crept into a smile. Our Dongyang family will soar to greatness thanks to you, Menger. Without the family's cultivation, there would be no Dongyang Meng today. Dongyang Meng replied promptly, her gratitude toward the clan genuine. Alright, now you should rest for the time being. The Qing envoy will arrive in a few months. Focus on stabilizing your 10 seeds of the fierce sun during this time. The elder of the Dongyang family spoke soothingly. The Qing envoy served as Lord Qingfen's messenger, traversing the Qingfen domain. Both the Dongyang family and the Yu family sought to become disciples under Lord Qingfen's tutelage, and this would be decided by the Qing envoy. Only those meeting the requirements could be selected. Understood. Dongyang Meng nodded. Although she had successfully condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun, stabilizing it would require additional time. After Dongyang Meng departed, the remaining elders of the Dongyang family exchanged glances, their faces filled with relief and triumph. The rise of the Dongyang family is now inevitable. The elder of the Dongyang family spoke with exhilaration. If 9 seeds could barely push the clan to the threshold of being a first-class family, then 10 seeds would place them among the pinnacle of such families. Elder, what now? Should we publicize Menger's achievement of condensing the 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Dongyang clan leader was equally excited. The Dongyang family's rise to prominence would naturally elevate his position as clan leader. Publicize it? Why would we publicize it? The Dongyang elder's gaze grew profound as he questioned in return. Don't publicize it? The Dongyang clan leader froze momentarily before understanding. Indeed, a heaven-defying talent capable of condensing 10 seeds of the fierce sun was untouchable in the Qingfen domain. But better safe than sorry. With the Yu family next door, who could guarantee they wouldn't act recklessly upon learning that the Dongyang family had birthed such a transcendent talent? Now, the Dongyang family only needs to quietly wait for the Qing envoy to arrive. Everything else is unnecessary. The Dongyang elder was exceedingly cautious, determined to avoid unnecessary complications. Time passed. Half a year flashed by. One day, 3 figures appeared silently outside the Dongyang family estate. These 3 figures, one tall, 2 short, had restrained their auras, yet the space and time in their vicinity subtly felt suppressed. This region, I recall Dongyang family and Yu family have each produced 1 promising youth, barely meeting the qualifications to become disciples of the Marquis. The shorter figure on the left remarked, gazing toward the Dongyang estate in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 997C of Fierce Sun, please subscribe. Even among those who have condensed 9 seeds of the Fierce Sun, there are distinctions of rank and achievement. To condense 9 seeds of the fierce sun at the age of 400 is entirely different from doing so at the ages of 450 or 480. The 2 youngsters from the Dongyang clan and the Yu clan are among the more exceptional talents with 9 seeds of the fierce sun, otherwise they wouldn't have been considered as candidates for Lord Qingfen's discipleship. I heard that the genius from the Yu clan was secretly crippled by the Dongyang clan. The shorter figure on the right murmured, his information coming from the Yuchi clan. The Yuchi clan, despite its decline, still holds influence as a top-tier clan. The scheming and infighting between these second-tier clans is indeed amusing. The shorter figure on the left chuckled lightly, though, it's also a viable strategy. The Marquis only values the outcome. If that youngster from the Yu clan was indeed crippled, it simply means they were never qualified to become the Marquis' disciple. The tall figure in the center remarked coldly. Among the 3 figures, he was clearly the most powerful, exuding an aura of supremacy. Let's go inside. The tall figure in the center spoke. He then quickly stepped into the Dongyang clan's premises. Members of the Dongyang clan pay respect to the 3 Qing envoys. The Dongyang clan's Dao realm ancestor slightly bowed, followed by the high-ranking members of the clan who all showed reverence, greeting the 3 figures respectfully. Bring the person forward, the tall figure spoke directly. In the vast Qingfen domain, there were countless clans similar to the Dongyang clan, and he wasn't interested in wasting time here. Understood. The Dongyang ancestor nodded immediately. Soon, Dongyang Meng stepped forward. So, it's you, youngster. The tall figure gave Dongyang Meng a once-over but didn't take any action. However, the shorter figure on the left raised his hand and produced a crimson mirror, its surface engraved with a blazing sun that seemed to burn intensely. The shorter figure slightly activated the crimson mirror, directing it toward Dongyang Meng. In an instant, the mirror's surface began to ripple. Tiny suns began to emerge. 1, 2, 3. 10 miniature suns steadily appeared on the mirror's surface. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? The shorter figure's expression showed surprise, and he turned to look at the tall figure. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The tall figure also paused briefly, a rare moment of praise escaping his lips. To enter Lord Qingfen's ranks with 10 seeds of the fierce sun, given time, the individual's status ranking wouldn't be inferior to their own. Such a person would undoubtedly rise to be a prominent figure in the Qingfen domain. Upon hearing the Qing envoy's acknowledgement, the Dongyang clan elder leaders finally felt their lingering anxieties dissipate. With the confirmation from the Qing envoy, Dongyang Meng's ability to condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun was unmistakable. Your Dongyang clan has done well to cultivate a genius with 10 seeds of the fierce sun, the tall figure finally addressed the Dongyang clan ancestor. Discovery of a 10-seed genius was recognized as a merit for the Qing envoys traversing the Qingfen domain, earning them additional rewards from Lord Qingfen. It's all thanks to Menger's own diligence, the Dongyang clan ancestor answered humbly. Prepare yourself now. Shortly, I will take you to meet the Marquis, the tall figure said warmly to Dongyang Meng. All right. Dongyang Meng nodded, a slight sense of euphoria rising within her. Even the lofty Qing envoy was speaking to her with such kindness. Lord Qing envoy, our Dongyang clan previously had a matter with the Yu clan, the Dongyang ancestor cautiously began. The Yu clan had exposed the incident of the Dongyang clan attacking Yu Yen through connections with the Yuchi clan, leaving the Dongyang clan ancestor somewhat uneasy. It doesn't matter. The tall figure waved his hand dismissively. Even if Dongyang Meng hadn't been a 10-seed genius, he wouldn't have pursued this matter. Predatory survival is inherent to the world. If the Dongyang clan had the strength to cripple Yu Yen, it simply proved Yu Yan's fate. Thank you, Lord Qing envoy. The Dongyang clan ancestor exhaled in relief. In truth, after confirming Dongyang Meng's 10th seed of the fierce sun, he hadn't been too worried about the matter. The difference between 9 seeds and 10 seeds was significant, after all. But now, with the Qing envoy's guarantee, there was truly no cause for concern. Song, go to the Yu clan and confirm Yu Yan's number of seeds of the fierce sun. The tall figure glanced at the shorter figure and instructed. This visit by the 3 Qing envoys was specifically for the Dongyang clan and the Yu clan. Having encountered an unexpected success at the Dongyang clan, their next stop was naturally the Yu clan. Senior brother, do we still need to check the Yu clan? The shorter figure, Song, raised an eyebrow. Given the Dongyang clan ancestor statements, Yu Yen was likely already crippled, and with Dongyang Meng's emergence as a 10-seed genius, Song saw little need to visit the Yu clan. The tall figure furrowed his brows slightly. Procedures mattered. Could they simply disregard protocol? Perhaps it's best to visit the Yu clan, even briefly? The Dongyang clan ancestor suggested cautiously. At this moment he was fully confident. With Dongyang Meng confirmed as a 10-seed genius, the Dongyang clan's rise was inevitable. Offering the Yu clan a chance now posed no threat. Let's go, the tall figure nodded. Understood. The shorter figure Song chose not to resist further. Skipping the visit to the Yu clan might cause unnecessary complications. From Song's perspective, this was simply running an errand, a matter to be resolved quickly. Soon, Song arrived at the Yu clan. The Yu clan pays respect to the Qing envoy. The elders of the Yu clan bowed deeply, joined by all senior members, including Patriarch Yu Chaolong, who greeted the Qing envoy respectfully. To become a Qing envoy in the Qingfen domain, one must possess at least peak self-Dao realm cultivation. Some envoys were even in the Dominator realm. Moreover, Qing envoys served as Lord Qingfen's disciples, mastering many of the secret techniques and forbidden arts passed down by him, making their combat prowess incomparable even to ordinary Self-Dao realm cultivators. Rise, Song replied indifferently. To him, this visit was merely procedural, ensuring no loose ends remained. See Tich novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is the Qing envoy here alone? One of the Yu clan elders asked cautiously. Typically, Qing envoys traveled in groups of 2 or 3. It was rare for them to act solo. My 2 senior brothers are at the Dongyang clan. They sent me to check on things here, Song said casually. The tall figure's reason for sending Song to the Yu clan was simply to cozy up to the Dongyang clan and Dongyang Meng. After all, if Dongyang Meng developed normally, she would eventually become a Qing envoy herself, and the Dongyang clan was poised to ascend to the summit of top-tier clans. So, the other Qing envoys are still at the Dongyang clan? The elders of the Yu clan exchanged uneasy glances. Why would Qing envoys linger at a mere Dongyang clan? Even if Dongyang Meng were assuredly joining Lord Qingfen's ranks, it hardly warranted such attention. Ordinary 9-seed geniuses, even as disciples of Lord Qingfen, were simply considered his most basic protégés, no more than tools enabling a clan like Dongyang's entry into top-tier status. Why would Qing envoys remain there? Moreover, Song referred to them as his senior brothers. Clearly, the other 2 Qing envoys were stronger than he was. This realization raised concern among the Yu clan elders. Indeed, the Dongyang clan has produced a rare 10-seed genius, Song said, glancing at the Yu clan elders without hesitation. With his senior brothers still at the Dongyang clan to protect Dongyang Meng, revealing this fact posed no risks. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? Dongyang Meng condensed a 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Yu clan elders turned visibly grim. Dongyang Meng, as a 10-seed genius, would inevitably rise to power in the Qingfen domain, to the extent that even the Yu clan would have to look up to her. How could this be? Yu Chaolong, the Yu clan's patriarch, was equally stunned. Wasn't Dongyang Meng supposed to rival Yu Yen as a talent? How had she leaped forward as a 10-seed genius? Trouble. The Yu clan elders felt the weight of impending doom. If Dongyang Meng had merely possessed 9 seeds, even while joining Lord Qingfen's ranks, the Yu clan might not be able to compete with the Dongyang clan but could still barely retain their footing. Despite being a second-tier clan, the Yu clan had favorable relationships with certain first-tier clans. Dongyang Meng, even as one of Lord Qingfen's disciples, likely would not be able to move against them. But now? 10 seeds? As soon as Dongyang Meng's status as a 10-seed genius spread, the Yu clan would face untold upheaval. First-tier clans with prior alliances would undoubtedly sever ties as swiftly as possible. Let us proceed, Song declared flatly, aiming to conclude the matter quickly and reunite with his senior brothers. Lord Qing envoy, please wait a moment, Yu Chaolong said gravely before stepping away. Outside the cavern, Yu Chaolong contacted Lin Yuan. Soon, the cavern doors opened. Yen, come with me to meet the Qing envoy, Yu Chaolong spoke heavily. The Qing envoy has arrived? Lin Yuan asked, slightly surprised. Neither the Yu clan nor the Dongyang clan knew the precise time the Qing envoys would arrive. What happened? Lin Yuan noticed Yu Chaolong's unease. Dongyang Meng condensed 10 seeds of the fierce sun, Yu Chaolong said quietly. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? Lin Yuan glanced at Yu Chaolong. After today, I will arrange for you to leave, and the Yu clan will relocate its members as well, Yu Chaolong said. This was a precaution against retaliation from the Dongyang clan. Let's go, Yu Chaolong led Lin Yuan toward the outside. Soon, the two appeared before the Qing envoy. You are Yu Yen? Song scrutinized Lin Yuan briefly. That's me. Lin Yuan in turn observed him. Without wasting words, Song produced the crimson mirror, its fiery sun engraving glowing intensely. The crimson mirror emitted a pale light, instantly directing it toward Lin Yuan. This. Lin Yuan's expression became serious, realizing he couldn't evade the mirror's rays. Its speed far surpassed that of spacetime. Song eyed the mirror casually. Typically, upon the mirror's illumination, the subject's number of condensed seeds of the fierce sun would immediately be revealed. Yet at this moment, the crimson mirror's surface remained unaffected. What's happening? Song's mind filled with confusion, though he maintained an outward composure. Just as Song prepared to stimulate the crimson mirror a second time, the previously calm mirror surface suddenly responded. But within the mirror appeared a vast crimson ocean, its waves crashing and churning endlessly. Upon close inspection, one could see that each wave was formed by tens of seeds of the fierce sun. This, Song's jaw dropped, his thoughts a chaotic blur. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 998, A Sea? A sea entirely composed of seeds of the fierce sun? Qing envoy Song stared at the crimson mirror surface, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Since when could the seeds of the fierce sun, so painstakingly difficult to condense even a single one, appear in the form of a sea? Ever since Lord Qingfen received the decree from the fierce sun ancient kingdom, ruling over the Qingfen domain, countless geniuses had been born in this expansive domain over the millennia. The 10 fierce sun geniuses, considered extraordinary within ranges spanning tens of thousands to millions of years, could directly enter into the ranks under Lord Qingfen. Yet, when extending the timeline to tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even eons, the 10 fierce sun geniuses did not appear particularly dazzling. According to Song's knowledge, the most formidable genius in the history of the Qingfen domain was none other than Lord Qingfen's eldest disciple Feng Wanqing. Back then, prior to reaching 500 years old, Feng Wanqing had condensed a total of 732 seeds of the fierce sun. But now, Song stared blankly at the fiery red mirror and the sea of fierce sun, a single wave crashing within it revealing dozens of seeds of the fierce sun. Then what about the entirety of the sea? How many seeds of the fierce sun were there? 3,000? 10,000? Song dared not imagine. This utterly exceeded his perception. This matter must be reported to senior brother immediately. Qing envoy Song forcibly steadied his nerves, deeply realizing that the scene before him was entirely beyond his ability to handle. His only option was to notify his senior brother as soon as possible. In truth, even his sovereign realm senior brother would likely be incapable of dealing with such a monstrous prodigy capable of condensing so many seeds of the fierce sun, but the matter must still pass through his senior brother. But, in the next moment, Qing envoy Song retrieved a crimson jade slip. This was the communication tool exclusively for disciples under Lord Qingfen, enabling instant contact within the Qingfen domain. Senior brother, I've discovered a sea of fierce sun here at the Yu family's place. Qing envoy Song carefully composed his message, altering his wording multiple times, doing his utmost to articulate the extraordinary experience he was currently facing. What's wrong with Lord Envoy? The Yu family's several elders and leaders observed Qing envoy Song's peculiar state, but their concern remained faint. They didn't probe further. Most of their focus was directed toward the dire predicament looming over them. The Dongyang family had produced a supreme genius among the 10 fierce sun geniuses, an exceedingly bad development for the Yu family. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the catastrophic eradication of their entire clan. Thus, the Yu family's Dao realm elders had already begun considering the matter of transferring the clan's foundational hopes for survival. After years of relentless conflict between the Yu family and the Dongyang family, their grievances were irreconcilable. Now that the Dongyang family was rising to prominence, how could they possibly spare the Yu family? Hence, the Yu family's elders had never entertained thoughts of surrender or negotiation. Conversely, had a supreme genius emerged from the Yu family among the 10 fierce sun geniuses, they likewise would never have accepted surrender or negotiation from the Dongyang family. That crimson mirror, can it probe the state of the seeds of fierce sun within my body? Lin Yuan stood motionless, observing Qing envoy Song as he stared at the fiery red mirror with vacant intensity. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had distinctly felt a sensing presence, and each seed of fierce sun within his body had responded. By now, the seeds of fierce sun within Lin Yuan's body had formed a complete cycle, akin to an integrated whole, making him acutely aware of even the slightest external disturbance. It seems he's already aware of how many fierce sun seeds I've condensed. Lin Yuan considered Song's reaction, his expression unfazed. 6 months ago, Lin Yuan had already condensed more than 3,000 seeds of fierce Sunday. The current number had exceeded 10,000, reaching a total of 10,363. Sir the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Such an astonishing quantity of seeds of fierce sun condensed by an individual under 500 years old, Lin Yuan had never heard of anything like it. But perhaps that's for the best. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. In the Qingfen domain, as in other great domains, all exist under the eternal radiance of the fierce sun unless Lin Yuan intended to remain forever hidden and stand opposite the fierce sun ancient kingdom, he could only choose to align himself with their factions, maximizing his own interests. At least for now, Lord Qingfen was likely a chaos venerable tier powerhouse, while the fierce sun ancient kingdom was unfathomable in its depths. Dongyang family. The towering figure was currently being treated by several of the Dongyang family's elders. Dongyang Meng obediently stood to the side, while numerous Dongyang family leaders below radiated expressions of reverence toward her. As a supreme genius among the 10 fierce sun geniuses, Dongyang Meng's successful entry into Lord Qingfen's ranks would bring unimaginable status and honor. The entire Dongyang family would benefit for countless millennia because of Dongyang Meng. Looking back, I wouldn't have needed to ambush and kill that Yu Yen. Dongyang Meng thought aimlessly to herself. Had she not yet condensed her 10th seed of fierce sun, preemptively eliminating Yu Yen of the Yu family would have been a worthwhile strategy. Yet now, as she had successfully condensed her 10th seed of fierce sun, those actions seemed laughable by comparison. In Dongyang Meng's mind, the disparity in their future statuses was now destined to be worlds apart. Why hasn't Song returned yet? The towering figure inquired inwardly. He had instructed Song to visit the Yu family, merely as a formality. Could it be that Song was now receiving the Yu family's hospitality? At that moment, the towering figure's expression shifted subtly as he retrieved a crimson jade slip. Song had sent him a message from his visit to the Yu family. What happened? The towering figure frowned, puzzled as to why Song would resort to using the communication slip. Shouldn't he have simply returned in person? Although somewhat irritated, the towering figure still spared a trace of his consciousness to inspect the jade slip. The message contained within was short, yet it caused the towering figure's expression to shift dramatically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 999 Lord Qingfen, Seeking Subscriptions. Under 2 inches C composed of the seed of the fierce sun? The tall figure was incredulous. If he hadn't been certain that Song wouldn't joke about such matters, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. A sea? Composed of the seed of the fierce sun? Senior brother, has something happened? Another Qing envoy nearby asked softly. The Yu family. The tall figure's heart trembled. He glanced at the Qing envoy beside him and swiftly said, "Come with me to the Yu family." Although he was confident that Song wouldn't jest about such things. If the Yu family had truly condensed an ocean-like quantity of seed of the fierce sun, seeing it with his own eyes was the only certainty. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, in front of the elders of the Dongyang clan, the tall figure and the other Qing envoy vanished. From beginning to end, the tall figure gave no explanation to the elders of the Dongyang clan. If Song's information was true, then Yu Yen of the Yu family would surely be unprecedented in the history of the Qingfen domain. In comparison, Dongyang Meng, the so-called 10 fierce sun genius, seemed utterly insignificant. Before the age of 500, producing 10 seed of the fierce sun was considered impressive, but such talents emerged in the Qingfen domain from time to time. The 2 Qing envoys, The Dongyang clan elders looked somewhat dumbfounded. Their sudden disappearance caught them off guard. Where did the Qing envoys go? The Dongyang clan leader couldn't help but ask. Meanwhile, he glanced at Dongyang Meng. The Qing envoys had abruptly left without offering a single explanation, completely disregarding Dongyang Meng, the legendary 10 fierce sun genius. This made the Dongyang clan leader uneasy. After all, Dongyang Meng was regarded as the hope for their clan's future. Yet now, even he had been abandoned? Perhaps it's urgent business? One of the elders of the Dongyang clan speculated. The departure of the Qing envoys in such haste surely indicated major developments. Let's hope so. The second Dongyang clan elder's gaze wavered. We should take a trip near the Yu family to investigate. Though the possibility was slim, the third Qing envoy, Shi Song, had recently gone to the Yu family and had yet to return. Now, the remaining two Qing envoys displayed entirely unusual behavior. This raised the question of whether their abrupt departure might be connected to the Yu family. The Yu family? Why go to the Yu family? The Dongyang clan leader asked, startled. Let's go take a look. The Dongyang clan elder's face revealed unease as he added, I hope my suspicions aren't correct. The Yu family. Soon after Qing envoy Shi Song made contact, the tall figure and another Qing envoy arrived quickly. The Yu family wasn't far from the Dongyang clan, which explained the tall figure's suspicion about Shi Song's prolonged absence. Senior brother. When Qing envoy Shi Song saw the tall figure appear, he immediately approached. The Yu family elders, busy contemplating the next step in transferring their clan's flame seed, promptly noticed the arrival of the other two Qing envoys. Greeting the two Qing envoys, Yu Chaolong immediately approached and bowed, though puzzled. 3 Qing envoys? Shi Song Qing envoy said the other two were with the Dongyang clan, discussing Dongyang Meng, the 10 fierce sun genius. Why are they here as well? The Yu family elders exchanged baffled glances. Qing envoy, the elder leading the Yu family, reached out to receive a crimson mirror from Shi Song, a wild speculation stirring in his heart. Could it be that Yu Yen was also a 10 fierce sun genius? Otherwise, how could it warrant the presence of the other two Qing envoys along with the verification by the fierce sun realm, granted by the fierce sun ancient country? My son. Yu Chaolong also arrived at the same speculation. The reactions from the 3 Qing envoys were simply too unusual. Without saying it outright, their behaviors, reinforced by their hypercognitive speeds at the 11th and 12th layers of life, made the situation impossible to miss. The Qing envoy who came, is he at the dominating realm? Lin Yuan's gaze stopped on the tall figure. Among the 3 Qing envoys, 2 were at the peak of the path-splitting realm, while 1 had reached the dominating realm. The foundation of this Feng Yuan world is truly astonishing, Lin Yuan thought, slightly awed. Though the Qingfen domain was vast, its size was only comparable to a universe within the chaos void, yet it accommodated so many powerful beings? Perhaps because of the fierce sun god-nurturing method? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. The fierce sun god-nurturing method significantly amplified rule comprehension among the beings of the fierce sun ancient country, thereby drastically increasing the likelihood of the emergence of strong individuals. While others might not achieve Lin Yuan's feats of condensing over 10,000 seed of the fierce sun, it wasn't unreasonable for some to produce several or even dozens, especially without the 500-year age limit. And condensing several or dozens of seed of the fierce sun was enough to elevate their rule comprehension by multiple levels. Could it truly be so? The tall figure stared at the crimson mirror, waves surging within the sea of fierce sun, his thoughts tumultuous. Hearing of the sea of fierce sun and seeing it were 2 entirely different experiences. Even the current senior brother wouldn't be capable of producing this many seed of the fierce sun, the tall figure thought. The senior brother in his heart was none other than Lord Qingfen's first disciple, second only to Lord Qingfen in the Qingfen domain, Feng Wanxing. Before the age of 500, Feng Wanxing had condensed over 700 seed of the fierce sun. After years of cultivation, his current number must have only grown. Yet even so, it likely couldn't compare to the ocean of seed of the fierce sun reflected in the crimson mirror. How was this achieved under 500 years? Another Qing envoy found it difficult to fathom. Nobody questioned whether the ancient fierce sun mirror might be mistaken. A relic bestowed by the fierce sun ancient country could never err. Yet that only deepened the mystery. Over 10,000 seed of the fierce sun forming a sea? Could Yu Yen possibly condense a seed every few years? What the three Qing envoys didn't know was that this sea of over 10,000 seed of the fierce sun was merely the result of Lin Yuan's efforts within the past year, far from their assumption of 500 years. In truth, Lin Yuan could condense a seed every few breaths. Senior brother, what now? Seeing the tall figure frozen in place, Qing envoy Song, strangely relieved, quickly asked, "What do you think we should do?" The Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The tall figure shot a glance at Song. "What do I think?" Song pondered, "Contact the Marquis?" Although they, as disciples of Lord Qingfen, were Qing envoys, they still addressed Lord Qingfen as Marquis. "There's no need." The tall figure shook his head, a peculiar look crossing his face. "The Marquis likely already knows." Each ancient fierce sun mirror was divided into subsidiary mirrors and a primary mirror. Qing envoys carried the subsidiary mirrors during their travels through the Qingfen domain. The primary mirror, however, remained in the possession of Lord Qingfen. Anything detected by a subsidiary mirror was synced to the primary mirror. Central Qingfen domain. An enormously majestic city stood tall, its sprawling expanse drawing countless powerful presences from all directions. Within the city lay the Qingfen mansion. A man dressed in a long green robe, a faintly glowing green flame flickering between his brows, sat cross-legged. His eyes were sharp and narrow, yet the aura he unintentionally emitted was far vaster than the entire Qingfen mansion and even Qingfen city. This man was Lord Qingfen, known as Great Venerable Qingfen before receiving his title from the fierce sun ancient country. Lord Qingfen suddenly opened his eyes, the green flame between his brows flickering nonchalantly. In this instant, a crimson mirror appeared before him. This mirror exuded a profound dignity, far surpassing that of the subsidiary mirrors carried by Qing envoys. It seemed to embody the eternal fierce sun from the heavens, radiating boundless brilliance and heat. A being capable of condensing 10,363 seed of the fierce sun? Under 500 years. Lord Qingfen gazed at the crimson mirror, its surface faintly revealing an ocean of red, a sea entirely composed of seed of the fierce sun. He fell into a deep silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000, Overjoyed, please subscribe. Under 500 years old, yet able to condense such a number of seeds of the fierce sun. Lord Qingfen's heart was equally filled with shock. In the fierce sun ancient country, the seeds of the fierce sun were not merely an indicator of one's depth of understanding of the rules, they held an even deeper significance. A gem of this caliber? Qingfen domain has never seen such a talent, not even the fierce sun ancient country. Lord Qingfen pondered inwardly, uncertain whether such an existence had ever been born in the fierce sun ancient country. The history of the fierce sun ancient country stretched into unfathomable antiquity, predating Lord Qingfen's own birth by eons. Could it be located there? Lord Qingfen turned his gaze in a particular direction, precisely the area where the Yu family and the Dongyang clan resided. It's the region where Yu Ju and Song are walking. Lord Qingfen's gaze carried a profound distance. Yu Ju, the tall figure, was one of Lord Qingfen's disciples in the ruling realm, someone held in considerable regard. "I'll go there myself." Lord Qingfen still felt uneasy and found it necessary to personally verify the matter. Though the ancient fierce sun mirror was never wrong, Lord Qingfen merely wanted to confirm it once more. Outside the Yu family, several ancestors of the Dongyang clan remained stationed in the distance. The three Qing envoys are currently within the Yu family. One of the Dongyang clan elders observed for a while, arriving at the conclusion. His expertise in the art of causation was profound. Through his earlier interactions with the three Qing envoys, He was able to vaguely pinpoint the threads of cause and effect. If the distance were greater, he might only sense a blurry outline, unable to ascertain specific details. After all, the three Qing envoys were masters at obscuring cause and effect, making it near impossible to trace them. Yet with the current proximity, coupled with the fact that two of the Qing envoys were within the Self-Dao realm, the same level as the ancestors of the Dongyang clan, the traces of causation were naturally captured. It's confirmed. The leading elder of the Dongyang clan felt a tightness in his chest. When the tall figure and the other two Qing envoys had abruptly departed earlier, he had speculated that it might be related to the Yu family. But it was merely speculation, not certainty. Yet now it was confirmed. The three Qing envoys were indeed within the Yu family. Why are the esteemed Qing envoys at the Yu family? The other ancestors of the Dongyang clan exchanged whispered conversations, their confusion palpable. Ignoring the outstanding Dongyang Meng, their top talent, and instead all gathering at the Yu family. Could it be that the Yu family's youth is also one of the 10 fierce sons? The fourth elder of the Dongyang clan suddenly speculated aloud. Such a convergence of the three Qing envoys strongly suggested this possibility. Impossible. The power of the black pendant I refined cannot recover so easily. One elder from the Dongyang clan furrowed his brow. The black pendant's power was a unique force derived from the path he cultivated. Even among peers in the Self-Dao realm, such power posed a significant threat, let alone to Yu Yen, whom he deemed a mere ant far below the 11th rank. Even with the life-saving trinkets bestowed by the Yu family, it would require an enormous amount of time and effort for Yu Yen to survive, let alone to condense the 10th seed of the fierce sun. There's nothing impossible about it. The black pendant's power you refined is far from undefeatable. The leading elder of the Dongyang clan spoke calmly. At this point, with the behavior of the three Qing envoys, the most plausible explanation was that the Yu family's youth was also one of the 10 fierce sons. The conclusion was clear. The process? How the Yu family's youth managed to survive the black pendant's corruption, recover, and condense the 10th seed of the fierce sun was no longer relevant. A pity. We should have acted decisively earlier, cutting off all avenues of escape. The elder of the Dongyang clan who wielded the black pendant's power muttered in a low voice. Had they known that Yu Yen could condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun, they should have outright broken ties with the Yu family. It's too late for that now. The leading elder of the Dongyang clan replied. However, our Menger is also one of the 10 fierce sons. Even if the Yu family's youth is the same, our clan is not afraid. The leader's tone carried confidence. After all, with both sides boasting a 10 fierce sons' genius, neither could overwhelm the other. Indeed, that Yu family youth was merely lucky, condensing 10 fierce sons by chance. How could he compare to our Menger? The three Qing envoys are making too much of this. Even if the Yu family youth has 10 fierce sons, so what? Our Menger has them too. The elders of the Dongyang clan exchanged words, feeling that the Qing envoys were placing undue importance on the youth of the Yu family. Once they pledge allegiance to Lord Qingfen, the true journey begins. The leading elder was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of heat. What's this? The elders of the Dongyang clan froze, their pupils contracting sharply. Within their field of vision, azure flames began to ignite in all directions, consuming the skies above and the earth below. The azure flames swayed and roared, boundless and omnipresent. Azure fire heavens? Is this the arrival of Lord Qingfen? Lord Qingfen? Great Venerable Qingfen? The elders of the Dongyang clan were struck dumb, their hearts trembling. Where Lord Qingfen went, azure fire swept across the domain, burning all into oblivion with unparalleled ferocity. Only after being conferred the title of Lord by the fierce Sun ancient country did this ferocity somewhat temper. Yet azure fire still inevitably marked his path. Were it not for this restraint, in mere moments, the elders of the Dongyang clan would have been reduced to ashes upon witnessing the azure flames. Lord Qingfen has gone to the Yu family as well? The elders of the Dongyang clan murmured, their voices quivering, now realizing that something far beyond their comprehension had occurred within the Yu family. What could possibly warrant Great Venerable Qingfen's descent? What exactly is Lord Qingfen going to the Yu family for? Every ancestor of the Dongyang clan found themselves consumed by the same thought. Within the Yu family, all around, azure flames blossomed simultaneously, enveloping heaven and earth. Great Venerable Qingfen? Lord Qingfen is here? The elders of the Yu family widened their eyes, instantly comprehending the situation. This was Lord Qingfen, formerly Great Venerable Qingfen. Although he was now referred to as Marquis, many still addressed him as Great Venerable Qingfen. Marquis is here. The tall figure of Yu Ju and the other Qing envoys exchanged glances. While they had anticipated that Yu Yan's condensation of the Sea of Fierce Sun would attract Lord Qingfen's attention, they hadn't expected him to arrive in person. Lord Qingfen? Lin Yuan's expression grew serious. Based on all available information, Lord Qingfen's strength should be comparable to that of Chaos Venerables within the Chaos Void. Such a figure was enough to command Lin Yuan's respect. Up until now, Lin Yuan had encountered only a handful of Chaos Realm experts, and they were primarily manifesting through imprints or projections. As for an actual Chaos Venerable, not one had been seen by him. The Chaos Dragon Beast within ancient Ming's Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan had seen this entity's towering black horn in the distance. Yet this Chaos Dragon Beast, merely approaching the rank of Chaos Venerable, was actually just a ruler-tier creature at its peak, not a true Chaos Realm being. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless azure flames assembled, forming the figure of a man clad in long azure robes. The man's eyes were sharply defined, a cluster of azure flames burning at the center of his brow. He simply stood there, yet the oppressive force he exerted on everyone present was immeasurable. Is this a Chaos Venerable? Lin Yuan studied him intently. Chaos Venerables were born of mastery over chaos rules, layered spatial temporal insights, and reaching the 8th realm. A Chaos Venerable, residing within the Chaos Void, was nearly invincible unless deliberately provoking a Chaos Great Saint. Chaos Flame? Lin Yuan meticulously observed Lord Qingfen. Cultivation at the Chaos level fundamentally deviated from standard rule cultivation. Chaos rules were birthed from the fusion of myriad rules. Once established, they in turn birthed additional rules. For instance, Lord Qingfen had cultivated the path of Chaos Flame. Using Chaos rules as his foundation, he derived supreme flame-based rules, creating a Chaos Flame capable of reducing everything, including time and space, to ashes. As Lin Yuan observed Lord Qingfen simultaneously scrutinized Lin Yuan. Not only has he condensed over 10,000 seeds of the Fierce Sun, but his physical body is already transforming into the Fierce Sun Divine Body. Unparalleled, truly unparalleled. When I reached this stage, it was after 3 million years in the Self-Dao realm. Lord Qingfen's amazement grew with every passing second as he appraised Lin Yuan. The Fierce Sun Divine Body was a special physique developed after condensing a sufficient number of seeds of the Fierce Sun, a body that was indisputably the strongest in the Fierce Sun ancient country. As for the specific number required, it depended on how synchronously the seeds of the Fierce Sun could establish cyclical harmony within the cultivator's body. Anywhere between several thousand to tens of thousands of seeds could result in this transformative physique. Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Yu Ju, Song, and the other Qing envoys immediately bowed toward Lord Qingfen. Greetings, Marquis. The Yu family greets Great Venerable Qingfen. Every member of the Yu family, from elders to ordinary high-ranking clan members, bent low in reverence. This was Lord Qingfen, the once fearsome and renowned Great Venerable Qingfen. Rise, all of you. Lord Qingfen motioned for them to stand before shifting his gaze back to Lin Yuan, speaking slowly, "Are you willing to join my Qingfen retinue?" Having spoken, Lord Qingfen fell silent, patiently awaiting Lin Yuan's response. So straightforward? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated some standard pleasantries. "I am willing," Lin Yuan promptly replied. In the Fierce Sun ancient country, hierarchy was paramount. To secure greater resources and guidance, aligning oneself with a patron was essential. And being recruited by Lord Qingfen, one of the conferred marquises of the ancient country, was the perfect starting point for Lin Yuan to integrate into the fierce Sun ancient country. But prepare yourself. In half an hour, I will personally escort you back. With those words, Lord Qingfen disappeared. The Marquis is truly remarkable. Indeed. Even faced with such monstrous talent, he remains composed. Naturally. As a conferred lord of the fierce Sun ancient country, what kind of geniuses hasn't he encountered? The tall figure of Yu Ju and the Qing envoys exchanged glances, conversing in hushed tones. When they had first seen Yu Yan's condensed sea of fierce sun, their hearts had overflowed with uncontrollable astonishment. Even Shi Song had struggled to articulate his thoughts to his senior. Yet Lord Qingfen had maintained an unruffled demeanor throughout. This composed behavior earned the Qing envoys deep admiration. Above the Yu family, beneath the skies, Lord Qingfen's figure appeared, gazing down at the Yu family. Time passed. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lord Qingfen took a deep breath. And, ha, tumultuous azure flames churned in all directions, forming a sea of fire, though carefully contained within a fixed boundary. The flames roiled ceaselessly. Not yet stepped into the Self-Tao realm, but has condensed 10,000 seeds of the fierce sun and is already transforming into the fierce sun divine body? And under 500 years of age? Such talent! Such a monster! Born within my Qingfen domain. Lord Qingfen laughed endlessly, drunk with joy, his entire being immersed in incredulous elation. Sar the novel of Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Yen, was that the Qingfen Grand Sovereign just now? The Qingfen Grand Sovereign, what did the Grand Sovereign say to you? Within the Yu family, Yu Qiaolong finally regained his senses after a long pause and couldn't help but ask. Not only Yu Qiaolong, but several of the elders of the Yu family felt the same. Even now, they were still immersed in the shock of Lord Qingfen's personal arrival. Everyone only saw the Qingfen Grand Sovereign exchange a few words with Lin Yuan, who responded briefly, but what was said remained an enigma. Lord Qingfen's aura was simply too terrifying. On top of that, the conversation was deliberately shielded. The entire Yu family had no idea about the exchange between Lord Qingfen and Lin Yuan. The Grand Sovereign said he wanted to take me as his disciple. Lin Yuan did not conceal the matter, stating it outright. These words were spoken. The elders of the Yu family instantly drew in deep breaths. Even with the mental fortitude of Self-Tao realm cultivators, tumultuous waves surged within them at this moment. It wasn't uncommon for Lord Qingfen to take disciples. Various Qing envoys traveling across the Qingfen domain would periodically bring batches of geniuses to pledge themselves to Lord Qingfen. Most of these geniuses possessed 9 suns aptitude, while a small number had condensed 10 suns. Since the Qingfen Grand Sovereign took charge of the Qingfen domain, taking disciples had been routine. However, the process of accepting disciples was for the Qing envoys to escort the individuals back to Qingfen City, where the Grand Sovereign would inspect them before formally accepting them. But now, the Qingfen Grand Sovereign had traveled untold millions of miles from the distant Qingfen City to personally take Lin Yuan as his disciple? Such an event had never occurred since the Qingfen Grand Sovereign assumed control over the Qingfen domain. Even the strongest disciple under the Grand Sovereign's command, Feng Wanqing, who had condensed over 700 sunfire seeds before the age of 500, had never received such treatment. Yen. The elders of the Yu family exchanged glances. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed the Qingfen Grand Sovereign would act in this manner. At the Grand Sovereign's level, the so-called act of taking disciples was merely fulfilling the duties of the fierce Sun ancient country. After all, even if he accepted millions of disciples, it was highly unlikely that any would reach the heights where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Sovereign. What exactly is happening? Several Yu family elders hesitated, not daring to probe too deeply, as Yu Chaolong finally voiced the question. Indeed. S.E.A. the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What was happening? Why did the exalted Qingfen Grand Sovereign suddenly descend? Why did he abruptly accept Lin Yuan as his disciple? Just moments ago, the upper echelons of the Yu family had been pondering how to preserve the hope of their lineage amidst the rising dominance of the Dongyang clan. Perhaps it's because I condensed slightly more sunfire seeds. Lin Yuan explained. In truth, this was the sole reason. The fierce sun god nurturing method was a secret technique personally propagated by the fierce sun ancient country. The sunfire seeds condensed through its use held unimaginable power for understanding the principles of the Tao and even facilitating physical transformation. Lin Yuan had condensed over 10,000 sunfire seeds. Within this fierce sun ancient country, such an accomplishment, while not entirely unprecedented, was something that hadn't appeared in countless eons. Slightly more sunfire seeds? The elders of the Yu family deliberated on these words. Yu Chaolong similarly pondered the implications of this statement. Yen. Yu Qiling looked at Lin Yuan. As his mother, she faintly realized what was about to happen next. Lord Qingfen asked me to prepare. He'll take me away shortly. Lin Yuan said. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare. A brief farewell to the members of the Yu family was all that was needed. Good. The elders of the Yu family finally regained their composure, their spirits rejuvenated as they gazed at Lin Yuan fervently. After the initial shock, fear, and incredulity faded, they began to contemplate what Lord Qingfen's personal arrival to accept Lin Yuan as his disciple truly represented. Half an hour later, Lord Qingfen's figure reappeared. In truth, Lord Qingfen had never left. He had been observing the Yu family from the depths of spacetime, more precisely, observing Lin Yuan. The most terrifying aspect of Lin Yuan wasn't that he had condensed over 10,000 sunfire seeds before the age of 500. It was that during this entire process, he had done it entirely on his own, without any guidance whatsoever. Even the act of condensing sunfire seeds involved numerous tricks and shortcuts to significantly reduce the difficulty. Feng Wanxing, the Grand Sovereign's top disciple, had only condensed a little over 100 sunfire seeds when he first joined the Qingfen Grand Sovereign. Eventually, with guidance from the Grand Sovereign, he was able to condense more than 700 sunfire seeds before the age of 500. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had yet to receive a single ounce of guidance. It could be easily predicted that, upon joining Lord Qingfen's tutelage and gaining relevant guidance, the number of sunfire seeds he would condense before age 500 would surely surge dramatically. Condensing over 10,000 sunfire seeds before the age of 500 was already an unbelievable accomplishment. As for achieving more, Lord Qingfen himself was beginning to anticipate it. Are you ready? Lord Qingfen's tone was gentle. When interacting with others, Lord Qingfen was overwhelmingly aloof, even with his disciples. But with Lin Yuan? He found it impossible to maintain that cold demeanor. I'm ready. Lin Yuan nodded. The members of the Yu family were equally stirred with excitement. At that moment, three figures suddenly arrived. It was Yu Ju, Shi Song, and the other Qing envoys in their tall and imposing forms. Earlier, during Lin Yuan's farewells to his parents, the three Qing envoys had also stepped aside. Marquis. Yu Ju bowed to Lord Qingfen and spoke in a low voice. We are aware that the Dongyang clan has previously been harmful to the Yu family and even targeted Yu Yen for assassination. Before his voice fell, Yu Ju flipped his right hand, and hundreds of figures instantly materialized. It was the elders, the clan leader, and the high-ranking members of the Dongyang clan. Even the once revered Dongyang Meng was among them. At that moment, all members of the Dongyang clan were prostrated on the ground, completely stunned without the slightest understanding of what was transpiring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, Xian Huang's Precious Treasure, Subscription Request, _2 They had originally been in the Dongyang clan, waiting for the three Qing envoys to return. Then, everything went dark and they found themselves here. The Dongyang clan's several ancestors vaguely had some guesses. They had followed the three Qing envoys to near the Yu family's location, only to witness Lord Qingfen personally descend upon the Yu family. Unfortunately, before the Dongyang clan's ancestors could take any action, they were seized by Yu Ju, the Qing envoy of the Dominator realm. Hostile to the Yu family? Attempting to assassinate Yu Yan? Lord Qingfen's brows furrowed slightly, intangible green flames burned through space and time, plunging all the Dongyang clan members present into a living hell. Marquis, we admit our mistakes. Marquis, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. The Dongyang clan's several ancestors looked terrified. Even now, they did not understand why Lord Qingfen had descended. But one thing was clear, it had to do with Yu Yan. Otherwise, Yu Ju wouldn't have explicitly mentioned the incident of attempting to assassinate Yu Yan. Given such circumstances, the Dongyang clan's ancestors didn't dare to refute anything and immediately began begging for mercy. Marquis, have mercy. Marquis, we were wrong. The other members of the Dongyang clan, seeing this, also began pleading fervently. When even their ancestors started begging for their lives, these people certainly wouldn't dare do otherwise. Marquis, our Dongyang Meng is one of the 10 fierce sun talents, a status confirmed by the three Qing envoys. Marquis, if you spare us, Dongyang Meng will undoubtedly serve you loyally unto death. The leading ancestor of the Dongyang clan trembled with unease. Although Dongyang Meng had not formally joined Lord Qingfen's retinue, she had already been confirmed as one of the 10 fierce sun talents by the Qing envoys, and her induction was only a matter of time. The Dongyang clan's leading ancestor brought up this matter, hoping Lord Qingfen would show leniency to the Dongyang clan for the sake of the future disciple. Lord Qingfen? Dongyang Meng knelt among the crowd, staring at Lord Qingfen, whose hands were clasped behind his back, his face indifferent, still unable to comprehend the situation. Not long ago, she had been a pride of heaven, receiving special approval even from the three Qing envoys. But now, she knelt before Yu family members, before Yu Yan, whom she had once toyed with emotionally. This vast contrast left Dongyang Meng's mind blank. Lord Qingfen paid no attention to the pleas of the Dongyang clan members, instead turning to Lin Yuan and asking, Yu Yan, how do you intend to proceed? The meaning behind these words was clear. It handed the fate of the entire Dongyang clan into Lin Yuan's hands. Yu Yan, the Dongyang clan's leading ancestor, immediately turned toward Lin Yuan, pleading, show us mercy. If you spare us, we, the Dongyang clan, are willing to serve the Yu family as you see fit. The Yu family members gulped audibly. Though they had realized Lin Yuan, having joined Lord Qingfen's retinue, possessed infinite potential, rendering the Dongyang clan utterly incapable of standing on equal ground with them, they hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. Lin Yuan hadn't even made a move, and the three Qing envoys had already captured all the Dongyang clan's elites and declared this matter before Lord Qingfen. Now, Lord Qingfen was questioning Lin Yuan regarding it? Spare you all? Lin Yuan glanced at the Dongyang clan members, lingering briefly on Dongyang Meng. At this moment, Dongyang Meng's eyes reddened, tears threatening to fall as she pleaded tearfully at Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, firm in his decision. The Yu family and the Dongyang clan had been mortal enemies to begin with, and for Lin Yuan, the Dongyang clan had even attempted to assassinate him. With such hatred, Lin Yuan naturally had no intention of sparing them. As for Dongyang Meng, if he were the original Yu Yan, he might truly let her go, even sparing the entire Dongyang clan. But Lin Yuan was not Yu Yan. Even without Lord Qingfen, in at most a few decades or a few hundred years, once Lin Yuan recovered all his strength, he would crush the entire Dongyang clan without hesitation. Marquis, I defer to your decision. Lin Yuan said. Understood. Lord Qingfen nodded. If Lin Yuan truly intended to spare the Dongyang clan, he would have outright said to grant them mercy. By saying it publicly before all members of the Dongyang clan, he could also establish greater prestige. But Lin Yuan had not. Instead, he returned the decision to Lord Qingfen. Implied within his words was a declaration of the Dongyang clan's fate. Dongyang clan. Lord Qingfen looked toward the Dongyang clan members, intangible green flames burning from the depths of space and time. All members of the Dongyang clan were consumed, rapidly reduced to ash. Crackling sounds filled the air. Green flames spread via causal sensing. The Dongyang clan's powerhouses, especially the several Self-Dao realm ancestors, possessed countless life-saving measures. Even if their true selves were destroyed, they could resurrect elsewhere. Yet Lord Qingfen gave them no such chance. The green flames extended through causal connections. Anything associated with the names of Dongyang clan members fell within its burning range. A few breaths later, the green flames slowly subsided. There is no Dongyang clan anymore within the Qingfen domain. Lord Qingfen stated. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Yuan immediately said. No need. Lord Qingfen waved dismissively. Come with me. Lord Qingfen smiled warmly at Lin Yuan. Your aptitude and talent shouldn't be buried here. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The air crackled softly. Lord Qingfen's thoughts moved slightly, and with that he and Lin Yuan vanished from the spot. The Marquis is gone. The three Qing envoys stood in place, letting out a slight breath of relief. Let's head back as well. Yu Ju steadied himself and looked at the other two Qing envoys. It seems the future of the Qingfen domain won't be decided by our senior brother anymore. Main universe. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His internal universe sprawled endlessly, reaching 12 million light-years in circumference. It's about time. The red-clad girl's expression was solemn as she observed the vast internal universe. Although this internal universe was far smaller in size than the main universe, its stability in space and time, as well as the seamless functioning of its laws, completely surpassed the main universe, carrying a vague sense of equivalence. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Just moments ago, he had perfectly replicated the universe structures contained within the so-called runes into his internal universe. My internal universe. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the flow of power in his internal universe. As its creator and pioneer, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the terrifyingly extreme might the internal universe contained. Against this power, an average dominator realm being couldn't defend at all. A moment's hesitation would lead to annihilation. Even a peak dominator realm expert like Zhang Weiyang would face pure power that would crush them absolutely. So, this is the internal universe approaching that of a chaos venerable? Lin Yuan felt immense joy. Although the chaos rules combat techniques weren't entirely tied to the internal universe, for him, a path-splitting realm cultivator, possessing an internal universe of this level was absurd. He could butcher nearly any dominator realm being like livestock. Save for a scant few exceptional dominator realm beings, such as the Chaos Dragon Beast from ancient Ming's Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan could almost be called invincible within the dominator realm. It's far stronger than I expected. The red-clad girl thought to herself. During the replication and integration of the universe constructions within the rune, adjustments had to be made to match the specifics of Lin Yuan's universe. Clearly, Lin Yuan had succeeded with perfection, so much so that the red-clad girl couldn't find even a single flaw. Next, you can proceed with refining the jade gourd. The red-clad girl looked at Lin Yuan and spoke. Only after fully integrating the forces from the universe structures within the runes could one meet the threshold for refining the jade gourd. And now Lin Yuan was clearly ready to begin refining the jade gourd. Once he refined it, he would completely inherit the legacy left behind by its creator, a legacy rooted in the foundations of a 13th-stage time being's explorations. Even just fragments of this legacy had elevated Lin Yuan's internal universe to its current magnitude. The true legacy to follow, Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. A crystalline, translucent jade gourd hovered before him. Refine. Lin Yuan immediately extended a thread of his internal universe's power, channeling it into the jade gourd, starting the refinement process. At the moment the refinement process began, Lin Yuan estimated the approximate time required for completion. About 10 years. To ensure the refinement proceeded smoothly, Lin Yuan directly submerged the jade gourd into the infinite depths of his internal universe's origin sea, where the refinement continued ceaselessly. Refining the jade gourd demanded little of Lin Yuan's focus. It wasn't like reconstructing a universe, it was akin to a slow, meticulous effort. Soon, Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and a golden box materialized within his grasp. The golden box, with its weathered and ancient appearance, bore the imprint of time. At its lower right corner was a faintly discernible and complex mark. This was the treasured artifact Lin Yuan had acquired during the Thousand Treasures Convention on ancient Ming's Chaos Continent, a mystical heirloom of the profound Xianhuang line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003 300 Years. Please subscribe. The profound Xianhuang lineage's treasure? Lin Yuan stared at the golden box. More than 6 months ago, Lin Yuan's avatar had delivered the golden box back. The moment the golden box was in his possession, it seemed to react, slowly absorbing the aura of the Xianhuang evolutionary path within Lin Yuan's body. This absorption continued until now. At this moment, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that the golden box had slowed down, perhaps even stopped absorbing. Is it about to open? Lin Yuan gazed at the golden box, noticing an unusual fluctuation emanating from within. Master! A six-armed figure appeared by his side, cautiously speaking. Lin Yuan glanced briefly at the six-armed figure. Time passed slowly. Crack, crack. The aura within the golden box shifted rapidly, and finally, a crack appeared on the surface of the box. Lin Yuan looked at the crack. The crack grew wider and wider until the golden box fully opened. Inside the golden box, a sheet of beast skin was neatly placed. Calling it beast skin wasn't entirely accurate, but it definitely belonged to some form of powerful creature. Overall, it was azure-colored, exuding a sense of ancient vastness. Lin Yuan examined the beast's skin carefully, refraining from acting rashly. The six-armed figure beside him held the same clueless expression, seemingly unable to identify the beast's skin. Rise. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the beast's skin gently floated up, swaying lightly in the air. This beast skin is itself a secret treasure, a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. As the beast's skin hovered, a peculiar aura spread outward, suppressing space-time. It was clearly emanating from the beast's skin. Just a Chaos Realm-level treasure? Lin Yuan's expression carried hints of uncertainty. The beast's skin's aura far exceeded that of the Chaos Realm artifact left behind by Tsang Weiyang, a peak sovereign realm cultivator. Such high-quality Chaos Realm treasures are worth at least over 100,000 Chaos Stones, yet typically remain unavailable even at market value. After all, a treasure capable of suppressing space-time is obviously a control-type artifact, and treasures of this type have always been valued above offensive-type artifacts. However, this beast's skin came from the golden box, and the golden box itself was from the profound Xianhuang lineage. According to the six-armed figure's account, such golden boxes were all personally refined by Xianhuang himself, and the treasures within were highly likely to be left behind by Xianhuang. A golden box refined by the unequaled great Saint Xianhuang, who lived in the era before the cosmic epoch, it's unimaginable that it would contain merely a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Even a great saint-level artifact wouldn't warrant such personal refinement from Xianhuang. Lin Yuan felt deeply puzzled. Master, the surface of this beast's skin appears to have a map engraved on it, said the six-armed figure, seemingly having detected something. A map? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted slightly as he immediately began examining it. Sure enough, the reverse side of the beast's skin had an intricate map etched upon it, spanning overlapping layers of space-time. Even Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints might get lost navigating such complexity. This map, Lin Yuan swiftly scanned the map. The territory it encompassed was vast beyond measure, at least 10 times larger than the Chaos continent of ancient Ming, marked with numerous regions. This map marks His Majesty's tomb, the six-armed figure suddenly spoke. Tomb! Lin Yuan looked again. A tomb is akin to a burial site. For mortal beings, it certainly holds significance, given their inevitable death. But for Xianhuang? Even a cultivator in the path-splitting realm possesses infinite longevity, let alone Xianhuang, an unequaled great saint. Establishing a tomb implies foreseeing one's death, but for immortal beings like Xianhuang, even Chaos Venerables rarely face death. Let alone foreseeing and accepting death? Even if so, wouldn't Chaos Venerables try to prevent their own demise rather than willingly create their tombs? His Majesty, the six-armed figure stared in stunned silence at the map on the beast's skin. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. First, did Xianhuang foresee his own death when he built the tomb? Foreseeing one's death but not avoiding it, could it be because this form of death was inevitable? What kind of death would be inescapable for a great saint? A 13th-stage time-life predator hunting him? If Xianhuang truly faced such a predator, his fate would be certain. Moreover, the profound Xianhuang lineage would undoubtedly face obliteration. The malicious intent of a 13th-stage life form would encompass far more than just Xianhuang himself. It would erase all things tied to him. Much like how Lord Qingfen wiped out every single member of the Dongyang clan, leaving no trace as the threads of causality spread. Although Xianhuang created 33,333 Xianhuang secret realms to foil others at his level, there's no way he could have deceived a 13th-stage time-life predator. Given the continued existence of the Xianhuang secret realm, it clearly wasn't the action of a 13th-stage life form. Examining the map of Zhuang's tomb raised doubts about the disappearance of this unequaled great saint. This map only depicts the inside of the tomb but doesn't indicate its location? Lin Yuan wondered silently. That severely limited the map's practical utility. Forget it. Even without the map, this beast's skin is a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Purchasing it for just 30,000 Chaos Stones is definitely a bargain. Lin Yuan dismissed his doubts. With the foundation of his current strength, he could fully wield Chaos Realm-level treasures. This beast's skin, under his control, would prove immensely effective. Qingfen City, East Gate. At this moment, the vast Eastern Gate was already crowded with figures. These figures emanated daunting energy, at least sovereign level, and all belonged to Lord Qingfen's rank of disciples. Lord Qingfen gathered disciples widely, though their number totaled around 100,000, only several hundred had reached sovereign level. The Marquis wants us to wait here for him. He said he's bringing a newly accepted disciple. What could this mean? Some of the figures whispered among themselves. Just moments earlier, Qingfen Marquis had departed, then sent word for them to wait at this spot. What kind of disciple would make the Marquis personally escort him? A strong cultivator expressed disbelief. Ever since joining Qingfen Marquis, they had never witnessed such a precedent. No matter the type of disciple, since the Marquis has told us to wait, well, simply wait. A majority of them remained silent, merely standing in place patiently. Senior brother, when the Marquis accepted you as a disciple back then, he didn't act this way, did he? Among the gathered disciples, a youth addressed the tall man beside him. The senior brother, he referred to as Feng Wanqing, the second most powerful figure in Qingfen domain after Qingfen Marquis. Don't talk about such matters. Feng Wanqing shot the youth a glance. We're all disciples of the Marquis. In the grand battlefield of the ancient country, mutual support is vital. Yes, yes. The youth nodded quickly. He merely felt a little indignant, not harboring any deeper intentions. At that moment, the distant space-time rippled. They've arrived. All the gathered cultivators turned their attention. From the rippling space, Qingfen Marquis emerged wearing his azure robes, followed closely by Lin Yuan. The person beside the Marquis? Likely the newly accepted disciple. Countless gazes focused on Lin Yuan, quietly appraising him. The sight stirred their curiosity. Such deference toward a single disciple hadn't been seen from the Marquis in years. Following Qingfen Marquis out of the space-time passage, Lin Yuan observed the numerous powerful figures waiting. All sovereign level? Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Greetings, Marquis. All the waiting cultivators immediately bowed toward Qingfen Marquis in unison. Looking at the scene, Qingfen Marquis grinned. Turning to Lin Yuan, he said, "These are your senior brothers. Among my disciples, strength determines rank. If your strength surpasses theirs in the future, they will all call you senior brother." Qingfen Marquis declared. "Understood." Lin Yuan nodded. Whether in this Feng Yuan world, the main universe, or the chaos void, the hierarchy where strength is supreme remains universal. Strength equals status equals everything. Qingfen Marquis turned back toward his disciples, speaking. "This is my newly accepted disciple. From now on he will reside in the sky-burning court. If you're not occupied with pressing matters, don't disturb him." Understood. Esya the novel, the NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All his disciples responded immediately. Yet inwardly, waves of shock arose. The sky-burning court was one of Qingfen Marquis' personal cultivation spaces. They lacked even the qualification to approach. Now Lin Yuan was assigned to live there? This level of favor was immeasurably grand. Having familiarized himself briefly with Qingfen Marquis' gathered sovereign-level disciples, Lin Yuan followed the Marquis to the front of the sky-burning court. The sky-burning court is one of my cultivation spaces. Stored within are countless scriptures and inheritances, spanning not only Qingfen domain but also knowledge from other domains, even including the royal archives of Fierce Sun ancient country. Qingfen Marquis informed Lin Yuan, "Studying these texts and inheriting this knowledge will provide clarity on your future path of cultivation." "Thank you, Marquis." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude immediately. For Lin Yuan, knowledge and inheritance were far more urgent desires than treasures or weapons. Using his against heaven's understanding, the more vast the pool of wisdom, the faster Lin Yuan's growth rate could soar without limits. However, knowledge and inheritance remained priceless commodities throughout any realm. Especially here, the meticulously curated teachings in Sky-Burning Court were bound to be comprehensible and efficient for deeper insights. Once you've spent a year or two inside gaining a basic comprehension of your cultivation path, come find me again. Qingfen Marquis smiled before vanishing. Sky-Burning Court. With renewed resolve, Lin Yuan stepped forward into the space. Main universe. Lin Yuan continued both refining the Jade Gourd and advancing in the Tao, simultaneously delving into his understanding. The rules differed from those of Chaos Void, allowing Lin Yuan's comprehension of cosmic laws to accelerate at a constant pace. Time flowed steadily. 300 years swiftly passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004 Chaos Void. Esya the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chaos Chi Drifting. A vast chaos continent raced forward, continuously crossing great stretches of space-time, advancing toward its predetermined destination. On the chaos continent, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm, clearly sensing the distance between himself and his true self rapidly growing further apart. If not for stepping into the 12th tier, with his mental will surging, he might not have been able to maintain this avatar at this moment. My space-time perception has already reached the peak of the 7th realm. The maximum range this avatar can operate within is 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold higher than before stepping into the 12th tier. It's sufficient. Lin Yuan thought to himself. To avoid the aftermath of an impending battle between two Chaos Great Saints, the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming began its migration after the conclusion of the Thousand Treasures Convention. Lin Yuan's avatar stayed behind on the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming, serving as an anchor point. In Lin Yuan's vision, after the great cosmic destruction of his home universe, the new home of human civilization would likely be near the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming. First, being close to a Chaos Continent would provide undeniable safety. Second, the ancient Ming Venerable was quite benevolent and stable in temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have publicly announced that the original region was about to become the battlefield of the two great saints. After the great cosmic destruction, Stability would be the most crucial factor for the new home of human civilization. Life from the universe would have just entered the chaos void and would require a stable environment for adaptation. Let's take a look. Lin Yuan stepped out of the inn and headed toward the trading district of Mingchuan City. Galaxy, why not come by our shop for a look? We've just received a batch of new goods, specializing in enjoyment. Galaxy, what's the use of enjoyment? If you've got the money, better to buy a suitable weapon. Our shop has the largest selection of weapons. As Lin Yuan walked through the area, several 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings greeted him proactively. Although he was merely an avatar, the aura Lin Yuan displayed was that of a path-splitting realm at its peak, more than enough to intimidate most path-splitting realm beings. In the Chaos Void, 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings were qualified to roam freely, but there weren't many who reached the peak of the path-splitting realm, and beings at the Dominator realm were even fewer. As for Chaos Venerables, they were titans ruling their domain, beings that ordinary path-splitting realm existences could hardly even encounter. Despite being an avatar, Lin Yuan possessed the strength of a peak path-splitting realm being, naturally attracting efforts from many path-splitting realm beings seeking friendship. After all, one more ally meant one more path forward. Lin Yuan smiled and exchanged greetings as he went, quickly arriving at the front of a palace. Galaxy, you've come? A middle-aged man with heavy wings stepped forward to greet him. Once you, how's it going? Do you have a suitable fragment world that meets my requirements? Fragment worlds were the fragment meteors, orbiting around the chaos continent of ancient Ming. These could be slightly modified to become excellent places of residence, thus earning the name fragment worlds. Galaxy, your requirements for fragment worlds, large enough and entirely free of radiation, are hard to meet, the middle-aged man with heavy wings remarked, shaking his head. The so-called fragment meteors were formed from a mix of various materials in the chaos void, eventually drawn by the gravitational pull of the chaos continent to orbit it. The composition of these materials was complex, with many emitting radiation effects. 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings could naturally ignore such effects, but weaker beings? Those at the 8th tier, 9th tier, or even the 1st and 2nd tiers. Prolonged exposure to such radiation wasn't beneficial. That's precisely why I've come to you, Once You, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Once You, one of the disciples of the ancient Ming Venerable, was specifically responsible for overseeing the fragment meteors orbiting the chaos continent of ancient Ming. Since you've come to me, Galaxy, I'll make sure it's handled perfectly, Once You said, looking at Lin Yuan and shaking his head with a wry smile. In truth, most path-splitting realm beings regarded Lin Yuan as the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, but Once You, being a dominant force himself, had already concluded that Lin Yuan was also a being at the Dominator level. After all, Once You had determined that Lin Yuan before him was not the true self but merely an avatar. An avatar that exuded the aura and strength of a peak Dominator realm being? There was no doubt that the true Lin Yuan belonged firmly to the Dominator realm. Precisely for this reason, Once You treated Lin Yuan as a brother. Otherwise, as a disciple of the ancient Ming Venerable, how could Once You care about a mere path-splitting realm pinnacle? In fact, there are indeed a few fragment worlds that meet your criteria, Galaxy. Once You lifted his hand, and several miniature fragment meteors appeared before Lin Yuan. These were scaled-down replicas of fragment meteors orbiting the chaos continent of ancient Ming. These. Lin Yuan immediately grew interested. How many chaos stones? This fragment world, 180,000 chaos stones, that one, 170,000 chaos stones. Once You began his introductions. Too expensive. Lin Yuan shook his head. For the purpose of finding a new home for human civilization, Lin Yuan had already negotiated with 9 supreme beings, deciding that the chaos stones for this purchase would come from the human civilization treasury, with a budget set between 120,000 and 150,000 chaos stones. Expensive, huh? Once You nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they are a bit pricey, but these fragment worlds are entirely free of radiation impact, making them ideal for nurturing a population. If you feel it's too costly, I can help you search for other options. Once You offered. Unsuccessful transactions didn't affect the rapport, and once you showed no annoyance at Lin Yuan finding the prices high. Trouble you, once you, Lin Yuan said. The search for a new home for human civilization wasn't urgent. From the beginning of the great cosmic destruction to complete annihilation of the main universe, there was still ample time. Lin Yuan could afford to wait for a more suitable fragment world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.